Rise for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
Win, ikaw prayer. Masyadong mahaba. Mahaba prayer ni Win pala sa 2 page. The 74th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today, the chamber will be led in prayer by a distinguished colleague from the city of Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Let's bow our heads and pray. Almighty God, our source of wisdom and strength, we gather today in this session, humbled by the responsibility entrusted to us as public servants. We come from diverse backgrounds and perspectives, yet united in our desire to serve the nation. Grant us, O Lord, the gift of discernment. Guide our minds and hearts as we navigate complex issues. Fill us with the courage to speak truth to power and the compassion to understand the needs of the Filipino people. Panginoon Diyos, bigyan mo ng lakas ang aming mga kababayan upang harapin ang anumang hamon. Iligtas mo kami mula sa banta ng kalamidad, mula sa matinding init ng araw hanggang sa malakas na pagbuhos ng ulan. Gawin mo rin kaming instrumento sa pagpugsa ng mga establishmentong nagsisilbing pugad ng katiwalian at karahasan na sumisira sa integridad ng aming bansa. Ituro mo rin sa amin ang landas ng katotohanan at naway maging malinis ang prinsipyo ng hanay ng mga lingkod bayan. As policymakers of our nation, light our path with your wisdom so that our decisions may be just and equitable, promoting the common good for all Filipinos. Grant us the courage to confront challenges with grace and the strength to transform our collective vision into tangible progress. We honor you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Session suspended for a minute. Please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 senators physically present and 1 senator virtually present, for a total of 22 senators present. I hope you saw Senator Escuderos on my right side here. Yeah, kuha nyo? Okay. Sino absent? Who's absent?
Mr. President,
Yes, the chair declares the president of the quorum. Yes,
thank you.
please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we proceed, may I just be allowed to acknowledge some guests from the gallery, guests of Senator Go, Mayor Alex Acuzar of Samal, Bataan, guests of Senator Bato, LGU officials from Malungon, Sarangani Province, led by Mayor Maria Teresa Constantino, guests of the Senate, Mayor Salway Sumbo Jr. of Malapatan, Sarangani, Vice Mayor Everda Dulinayan of Lamut, Ifugao with Sangguniang Bayan members. Guests of the Senate, Kerry Myers, Trey Myers from the United States of America. They are guests of Secretary Villarica. Guests of the Senate, AB Foreign Service and AB Legal Studies students of the Lyceum of the Philippines, Cavite. Guests of Senator Ejercito and Cayetano, members of the Provincial League Liga ng mga Barangay of Batangas Province. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Yes, welcome to your Senate. Mabuhay po kayo. Welcome.
Let me correct myself, Mr. President. It's Malungon, Mr. President. Malungon, Sarangani Province.
Yes, welcome
Mr.
to the
President,
Senate.
at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 72nd Session, Monday, May 13, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
There have been no objection to the motion. Majority Floor Leader, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 73rd Session, Tuesday, May 14, 2024, at a later hour.
Yes, there being no objection, the motion of the Majority Leader is approved.
Mag-reference ako? Hindi na. Reference muna ako. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we ask the Secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate Number 2671, anak converting the extension campuses of the Central Philippine State University located in the municipality of Hinubaan, Kawayan, Ilog, Candoni, Moises Padilla, and Hinigaran, and in the cities of San Carlos, Sipalay, and Victorias, all in the province of Negros Occidental, into regular campuses of the Central Philippine State University and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Escudero.
To the Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
Senate Number 2672, Anak amending Republic Act Number 11203, or Anak liberalizing the importation, exportation, and trading of rice, lifting for the purpose the quantitative import restriction on rice. Senator Padilla.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform, Ways and Means and Finance.
Senate Number 2673, Anak providing an increase in an automatic adjustment mechanism in the personal economic relief assistance allowance granted to government employees. Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Finance.
2674, Anak upgrading the salary grade of dentists employed in the public sector, providing funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Civil Service, Health, Demography, and Finance. I may just ask for a minute suspension. Pleasure, Shum.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 under Committee Report number 214. This is the bill on the new Government Procurement Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have closed the period of interpellations and debate. This juncture, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara, for his individual amendments.
There being no objection, the good sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, is recognized for his amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, dear colleagues. We'd like to start on page 4, section 5. This is the definition of terms on paragraph H, the definition of CSE, the definition of common use, to insert the phrase on page 4, line 2, after the word equipment, to insert the phrase that are used repetitively in the day-to-day operations of procuring entities in the performance of their functions, which are. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next is page 6, section 6, on the standardization of procurement process and forms. This is an amendment of Senator Jinggoy Estrada. On page 6, line 25, after the words procuring entities, to insert the sentence, however, whenever necessary, to suit the particular needs of the procuring entity, modifications may be made particularly for major and specialized procurement subject to the approval of the GPPB. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 11, line 1, to delete the words and/or, and after the word consultant, to insert the phrase and service provider. This is an amendment of Senator Mark Villar, Mr. President. I so move.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Page 11, same page, section 17, on warehousing and inventory system from Senator Estrada. On page 11, line 3, after the word entities, to delete the word shall and to replace with may. And between lines 7 and 8, to insert another paragraph which reads as follows: the adoption of a cloud-based inventory by NGAs, GOCCs, GFIs, SUCs, and LGUs shall be done in consultation with the Department of Information and Communications Technology, DICT, to ensure that the risks and vulnerabilities associated with data storage are adequately addressed through proper and effective security protocols. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Thank you, sir. On page 15, section 27 on competitive dialogue, after the word procurement in line 10 of page 15, to insert the phrase that employs a two-stage bidding process, and in line 13, after the word requirements, to insert a new paragraph which shall read, upon the submission of their initial technical proposals without price tenders, eligible bidders shall be engaged in a dialogue to finalize the project requirements. Bidders shall then submit their technical and financial proposals, which shall be subjected to the bid evaluation and post-qualification processes prescribed under this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now on page 16, section 30, this is on direct acquisition. Page 16, line 26, after the word non-CSEs, to insert the phrase and CSEs not available in the PSDBM. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Thank you, sir. On page 24, section 38, this is on the procurement of CSEs, also from Senator Jinggoy and our office. Page 24, line 21, after the word availability, to insert a new sentence which shall read as follows: in cases of unavailability of stock or for purposes of efficiency, practicality, or economic viability, procuring entities may procure their CSEs from other sources subject to guidelines to be issued by the GPPB. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Page 25, line 15. This is section 39 on the back and its composition. This is from Senator Mark Villar. After the word have, to delete the phrase at least 5 members but not more than 7 members and replace it with the phrase 5 or 7 members at the discretion of the HOPE. And on the same page, line 20, after the word back, to insert the phrase, and the chief accountant cannot be a regular member of the BAC. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, thank you. On page 38, section 64, on the notice and execution of award, to insert a new paragraph between lines 5 and 6 that shall read as follows: in the event that the approving authority shall disapprove the contract, such disapproval shall be based only on valid, reasonable, and justifiable grounds to be expressed in writing. A copy of the decision to disapprove the contract shall likewise be furnished to the BAC. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Page 40, Section 71 on green public procurement strategy to delete the following phrases in lines 15 to 16 by transitioning into a low-carbon economy. So move.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On the same page, page 40, Mr. President, lines 18 to 22, to delete the following phrase in order to achieve broader policy objectives on energy, water, and material efficiency, waste reduction, pollution and emission prevention, climate change mitigation, local and rural development, greening supply chains, greening infrastructure and work, industry productivity, innovation, and competitiveness, inclusive business models, green jobs, and the circular economy. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 45, section 87, between lines 26 and 27 on dispute resolution, to insert a new paragraph to read as follows. To ensure efficiency in the procurement process, parties to the dispute are encouraged to select the most expeditious mode of dispute resolution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 55, section 105 on the whole of government approach, this is an Estrada amendment on line 29 to delete the word may and replace it with shall. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendments approved.
Thank you, sir. On page 56, section 106 on the oversight committee, this is line 14 after the phrase House of Representatives to insert a new sentence that shall read as follows. The minority group in the Senate and the House of Representatives shall each have one seat in the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment is approved.
On page 56, thank you, Mr. President. Now, on page 56, section 109, this is on the transitory provision. On page 56, line 30, after the word given, to insert the article A. And after, on the same page and line, after the word the, to delete the phrase effectivity of the IRR and replace it with the phrase approval of the standard forms for procurement. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all for now. But I believe some of our colleagues have signified their desire to submit amendments, but they are not yet ready at today. May we ask our colleagues if this is a reasonable request, subject to your approval and the majority leader's approval, Monday morning to submit their amendments to our office, Mr. President. The same way we do it for the budget, for tax measures, in order to coordinate, because some amendments may conflict with each other. Some amendments may need comments from the TWG or the administrative agency. So if we could request our colleagues that we solicit the amendments at the latest on Monday morning at 10 a.m., Mr. President.
Yes, we asked the Secretariat to get in touch with all the offices. This is a priority measure, and we'd like to finish this before the break. So if they can submit their amendments by Monday morning to the office of Senator Angara.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the support, and to the majority leader, and to our colleagues, Senator Jinggoy and Senator Mark.
Senator Jinggoy is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just would like to clarify something with the main sponsor, because I had proposed an amendment on Section 15, and unfortunately, this was not accepted by the sponsor. If I may repeat my amendment. On Section 15, engagement of a procurement agent. As part of strategic procurement planning, the HOPE may authorize the engagement of a government procurement agent which shall undertake the functions of the BAC or BAC, and delete the word if and replace it with only when the procuring entity does not have the capability or proficiency to undertake. Delete the phrase a particular procurement. And provided that the procuring entity cannot delegate the award of contract to the procurement agent, and there shall be no transfer of funds to the procurement agent except for the payment of service fee, if applicable. And I have an amendment to add this phrase, provided further that the procuring entity cannot engage the services of the same procurement agent if there is an ongoing procurement project with the said procurement agent, Mr. President. Mr. President, I propose this amendment as a possible safeguard against another Farmally or overpriced laptop incident. So, may I be clarified, Mr. President, what is the concern of the executive against this proposed amendment? Will this contribute to further delays in procurement, Mr. President?
Thank you for the proposed amendment, Mr. President, and the chance to explain the rationale why we didn't accept it with your indulgence, Your Honor. We had accepted majority of your amendments, all in fact, except for this one, because I think the DepEd, the DOTR say that they engage procurement agents for many contracts. So if we limit them to one contract, then that will result in delays if they in some of their procurement. So yun ang reason nila. So we just take off from what the agencies tell us, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you for enlightening this representation.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
Estrada.
Thank you very much, Senator Jinggoy.
Yes, Mr. President, and just to put on record, this representation together with our minority leader had this conversation about the deadline of submitting their amendments to the principal's office, the principal author's office on Monday at 10 a.m. So with that, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2590. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, Senate Bill number 2593 suspended till Monday.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2560. This is the bill on the Anti-Financial Accounts Scamming Act, AFASA. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of individual amendments with the consent of the body. I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the amended copy of the bill as of May 13, 2024 as our working draft, and to recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Mark Villar, for his proposed amendments. I so move, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished colleague from the city of Las Piñas, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to make a few amendments. The amendments to be introduced are now based on the amended copy from the Legislative Bills and Index as of May 13, 2024. Mr. President, I would like to express my gratitude to our esteemed minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, for his invaluable inputs in refining this bill. On page 3, line 31, after the semicolon, insert the conjunction or. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's approved.
On the same page, line 32, replace the word renting with selling, and after the word account, delete the semicolon and the conjunction or, and insert a period. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's approved.
On page 4, line 1, delete subsection E in its entirety. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, amendment's approved.
On page 6, line 32, after the word years and the comma, replace the conjunction and with or. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to amendment, amendment's approved.
On the same page, line 33, after the figure 500,000 pesos, enclosed in parentheses, insert a comma and the phrase or both at the discretion of the court. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's approved.
On the same page, line 40, after the word years, replace the conjunction and with or. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
On the same page, line 41, after the figure 1 million pesos, enclosed in parentheses, insert a comma and the phrase or both at the discretion of the court. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
On page 7, line 2, replace the conjunction and with or. On
There-
page,
yes.
sorry, go ahead.
There being no objection, the amendment's approved.
On page 7, line 3, after the figure 2 million pesos, enclosed in parentheses, insert a comma and the phrase or both at the discretion of the court, followed by a comma. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
On the same page, line 6, after the word imprisonment, replace the conjunction and with or. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
On the same page, line 8, after the figure 5 million pesos, enclosed in parentheses, insert a comma and the phrase or both at the discretion of the court. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to amendment, amendment's approved.
On the same page, line 10, after the phrase 6 years, replace the conjunction and with or. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
On the same page, line 12, after the figure 200,000 pesos, enclosed in parentheses, insert a comma and the phrase or both at the discretion of the court. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
That is all for my amendments, Mr. President. I further move that the Secretariat be authorized to make the necessary adjustments to these amendments subject to style.
Subject to style.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, wishes to introduce her individual amendments. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Page 8, amendments.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Mr. President, first, I'd like to thank the good sponsor for accepting my earlier proposed amendments. I just have one additional amendment to propose, good sponsor. On page 8, line 4, in section 17, to add the additional paragraph, which would read, independent of a criminal case, all properties, tools, instruments, and/or any other non-liquid assets used for the commission of the acts prohibited in sections 4 and 5 of this act shall be subject to civil forfeiture upon finding of probable cause in accordance with rules of procedure to be formulated by the Supreme Court, provided that in cases of economic sabotage as defined in section 4C, the rules shall include a summary procedure for the release of a portion of such assets to the Department of Justice upon ex parte motion, even during the pendency of the proceedings, for operational support and victim protection, including victims of human trafficking involved in the commission of prohibited acts and other offenses in this act. Mr. President, good sponsor, this amendment is being proposed to address the difficulties currently being encountered by our government bodies targeting large-scale transnational scamming syndicates that usually operate on the backs of human trafficking victims. The victims rescued after a raid on the complex run in the thousands per scam complex, and government lacks the resources and capacity for operations and assistance. The release of funds shall only be done upon order of the court after a summary hearing and shall still be subject to appropriate guidelines. This prevents the whimsical or improvident use of the monies and assets seized. We note that this proposed amendment, has been crafted together with the Department of Justice, Interagency Council Against Trafficking, DOJ IACAT, and responds to an articulated position of the Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission during one of the hearings of the Committee on Women. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, naniniwala din po ako na kailangan natin tulungan ang mga biktima ng human trafficking at kailangan natin bigyan ng karagdagang suporta. Kaya that's why I accept the amendment of our distinguished senator.
Yes, I would like to
Thank
say,
you, good
place for
sponsor.
record also, that's a very good amendment, Madam.
Salamat kayo,
Very
Mr.
nice.
President.
We support. And therefore, there being no objection, amendment is approved.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor.
That's it. No, I think so. Mr. President, with no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, the motion of the Majority Floor Leader is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2560. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Senate Bill number 2560 is approved on second reading. Congratulations to the sponsor.
Thank you very much,
To all
Mr.
our offers.
President.
All
And
the
we
offers.
thank the sponsor for working very hard on this very important landmark legislation. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2560.
There being no objection, 2560 is hereby suspended.
Livestock amendments.
Yay!
This is the bill on the Livestock, Poultry, and Dairy Industry Development and Competitiveness Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion of the Majority Floor Leader is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of individual amendments, and with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of May 14, 2024 as our working draft, and to move And to move, Mr. President, to recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Cynthia Villar.
Our
So moved.
distinguished colleague from the city of Las Piñas, the chairperson of the Committee of Agriculture, Senator Villar. Cynthia is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Majority Floor Leader. This morning, the Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, joined with the Committee on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Finance and Ways and Mean, had a public hearing on animal welfare with the end in view of enacting a revised Annual Welfare Act. In attendance is your chairperson, Cynthia Villar, and staunch animal protection advocate, Senator Grace Poe, with Senator Bato de la Rosa. Animal welfare and protection are important issues that concern the well-being of animals. In the Philippines, there are laws in place to protect animals from cruelty, abuse, and neglect. To ensure a more humane treatment of animals and promoting their welfare, the inclusion of new amendments in the Livestock, Poultry, and Dairy Bill under Committee Report 193, Senate Bill 2558 are in order. One is, number one, Omnibus Amendment from BAPIR to BARI, or Bureau of Annual Regulation and Inspection. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
On page 11, line 19, delete the phrase Training and Extension Service and replace it with the phrase Training, Extension, and Information Advocacy Service. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
On page 11, starting on line 26 to 27, delete the phrase Livestock, Poultry, and Dairy Protection and Disease Control Service and replace it with Livestock, Poultry, Dairy, and Other Animals Protection in Emergency Response Service. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 11, line 31, after division, insert the phrase except the regulatory aspect. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 14, line 14, after the word shall, insert the phrase retain and strengthen based on new mandate the regional offices and shall. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 15, after line 17, insert another subparagraph which shall read as follows. Animal Health and Welfare Service. The Animal Health and Welfare Service shall be responsible for the licensing and registration of animal facility such as but not limited to farm, shelter, clinics, pet shop, kennel, pound, slaughterhouse, veterinary clinic, veterinary hospital, stockyard, corral, stud farm, stock farm, and zoo, and deputation of Animal Welfare Service and enforcement of any applicable animal welfare regulation. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 23, delete lines 14 and 15 and replace it with 01 period 06 other live animals except 01-06 period 12 and renumber the succeeding enumeration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 27, line 16, after the word bai, add the phrase and bari and delete lines 20 to 21 starting from the word 10 and replace it with 7% for BAT, LPDO, APERS, 5% for BAI dash NADS, and 3% for BARI AHWS. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
This amendment should be subject to style. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Grace Poe is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Grace Poe, distinguished colleague, the champion of animal welfare and animal rights, who fought hard not to place it under livestock.
Mr. President. No,
Yes,
Mis-
madam.
Mr. President, first of all, I'd like to thank from the bottom of my heart and also to represent other animal rights advocates to express our sincerest gratitude to Senator Cynthia Villar and her team. Because we know that the Committee on Agriculture has a lot of many different concerns, but she wanted to fill the need right away, to rectify the situation that other animals are actually not given the proper support. So, to be able to come up with a comprehensive and pragmatic, workable animal rights welfare bill, hindi naman natin pwedeng paspasin yan na hindi natin talagang ikonsulta ang mga sektor. So what Tita Cynthia did, that in the interim, what she created was an animal welfare service under the Bureau of Animal Regulation and Inspection. Not necessarily livestock, basta sila animals lang ang classification nila. And because of that, magkakaroon na ng funding sa batas na to. Kahit papano, from the income of livestock, magkakaroon na ng parte ang mga ibang animals, hindi animal, yung ibang animals. So, Mr. President, thank you, Senator Cynthia, for initiating this. And then we will also count on our other colleagues pagdating na ng budget para madagdagan ng konti sa programa ng pagkakapon, sa programa ng anti-rabies, pagbibigay ng animal shelter, hindi lang para sa mga aso, kundi pusa at kung ano pang mga iba't ibang mga animals. So, maraming salamat, Sen Cynthia. Iba talaga pag si Principal ang nagtrabaho, mabilis.
Thank you very much, Madam Senator Grace, and thank you very much, Ma'am Cynthia Villar, for the additional amendments.
Mr. President, the Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is seeking the floor to
Yes.
introduce his individual amendments. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, is recognized.
Yes, to maximize the use of our time, Mr. President. Let me now propose, ano page yun? Using the clean copy as of May 14, 2024. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. On page 5, line, papadelete ko to, no? Page 5, I propose the deletion of lines 18 to 21, but this will be reintroduced as a separate paragraph.
We
I
accept.
so move, Mr. President, the deletion first of lines 18 to 21.
We accept.
The amendments
President.
accepted, therefore approved. Congratulations, ha?
And on page 7, pero new paragraph na. Page 7, starting on line 29 as a new paragraph, just before section 5, the following. In addition, the roadmap shall take into consideration the Corn Development Program in partnership with the DA-National Corn Program and the Bureau of Plant Industry, open and close parentheses, BPI.
We
I so move,
accept,
Mr.
Mr. President.
And then,
Yes, their amendments accepted, therefore approved. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. President. On section, page 23 to. Page 23, involving section 23 about the enhancement fund. Line 1 of page 23, tama ba? Line 4, Mr. President, of page 23. Okay. Line 4 on page 23, delete the word "off" and replace it with the phrase "not exceeding."
We accept, Mr. President. Okay,
The amendments accepted, therefore approved.
Okay, so That would be all of my amendments, Mr. President, and I made this today so that it should be made part of the clean copy, which we are also requesting for this bill, Mr. President.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
We take note of that, Minority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano is also seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the indulgence of the sponsor, may I just get clarification on Section 16 on the National Dairy Authority? Because there is a paragraph, it's the last paragraph of the section. It's on page 18, line 11 to 13. I will read the paragraph. It says, in view thereof, all regulatory powers and functions lodged in other agencies, such as the FDA, are now hereby transferred to the NDA within 90 days from the effectivity of this act. So any matter that is under the jurisdiction of the FDA with regards to milk will be transferred to the National Dairy Authority.
Okay. We are requesting the FDA to give up yung kanilang right to animal regulation because it's taking them so long, and it's not beneficial to the producer of milk. So we are taking it away from the FDA. Parang dapat ang maiwan sa FDA are the food for people, not for animal.
Okay, so any of the milk products that will be consumed by humans will be retained in the FDA.
No. It will be transferred to NDA kasi minsan yung nagpo-produce ng milk, nagpapa-approve sila para maibenta nila sa market. Eh, ang bagal-bagal ng FDA because of the many things that they are approving. So we wanted that the NDA will be the one to approve kasi it takes years for them to approve.
Mr. President, there is a very serious concern with that because the FDA is tasked to regulate the milk substitutes. In particular, these are the breast milk substitutes. These are the formula milk that are sold to those 2 years and below. It is a very, very specific market that needs to be protected, Mr. President. All over the world, this line that prevents the marketing of milk substitutes to infants or to mothers who would give it to their infants is guarded because we need to promote breastfeeding. So we cannot, and in fact, it is dangerous for any milk product to be given to an infant unless it is specifically formulated. So from 0 to 6 months, there can be absolutely no marketing to to mothers with babies aged 0 to 6 months. And then even from 6 to 12 months, it is very specific. That is, with all due respect, a job given to all the food and drug regulatory agencies in the world. I would be very...
Can I answer that?
Of course, ma'am, that's precisely why I asked if the milk products to be consumed by human would be transferred because of this concern that I have, Mr. President.
Tayo yung, not the processed milk, but just the fresh milk from the dairy farm.
Is DOH present? May we ask Madam, that we consult with them because the law is very clear and this has been my advocacy for 20 years. So I feel very strongly about this.
We want the National Dairy Authority to be able to develop the ability to approve this kind of things, but because it's taking the FDA a long time to do this because of the so many things that they are approving. So maybe if you're not confident about the NDA, we can do a transition period so they will learn.
Actually, ma'am, no, I will not agree to that because for infants,
Kasi
it is only, ma'am, it is only infants that I am protecting. Wala na ho akong problema kung hindi infants. But
So-
there is a very strict process for infants that another agency cannot just take over. Hindi ho tama
So,
yun.
how do you define the infants?
Nakadefine na ho yan sa batas. May I request that Her Honor
We can exempt
meets
the
with DOH
infants.
because klaro po yan sa batas natin. It has been a law since the 1980s. Hindi ho natin basta-basta ho pwedeng palitan yon. And actually, all the formula milks are regulated. Wala naman ho silang problema. They all have their certification. So wala ho
President, may I
akong
ask for a
problema
minute
dun
suspension
sa iba.
After the statements, Mr. President.
Oh, just let me finish. I'm just saying, when it comes to infant formula, this has been regulated for decades. Let's not touch it. Now, when it comes to milk for other ages, for adults, again, I have my reservations. We need to consult with FDA and DOH. I need to ask them very specifically what powers are they giving up because this is the safety, no, Mr. President. Yung ano yung difference nung pasteurized at hindi pasteurized. Alam nyo, hindi pwedeng uminom ang baby ng natural milk, yung binibili natin sa karton, bawal sa baby yon. Yung binibili sa plastic na nakaref, bawal sa baby yun. So, hindi ho natin basta pwedeng ibigay to sa agency na hindi nakakaalam. Kung nababagalan tayo, palitan natin yung head noon. Pero wag ho natin palitan yung... Ginawa na ho natin sa trade yun. Nilagay natin ang trade in charge sa nakakasama sa baga natin, yung vaping. Tapos itong yung gatas para sa bata na dapat breast milk ang ma-promote. Wag ho natin basta-basta ilipat.
I
Yun lang naman
just
ho ang
want
sa
to
akin.
explain how this came about because our production of milk is 1% of demand. We are importing 99%. And we are trying to encourage the production of milk, fresh milk in the Philippines. So we are distributing milking animals all over the Philippines so our farmers can produce milk. And I don't think these farmers will go to FDA to have their milk approved. It's just that I want that milk to go to the what do you call this masustansyang pagkain sa mga estudyanteng Pilipino. That's the milk feeding program of the Department of Agriculture, and it will come from the co-op of farmers in the provinces. So I don't think they will go to the FDA to have it approved. So yun lang ang gusto kong i-facilitate, Senator
Yes. May I add to
Pia,
that?
if you can make an exception to that.
May I add to that? Yes, I've had the chance to visit dairy farms in New Zealand and in France also. And we were there one time, Madam Chairman. They sell direct the milk. The milk would be sold directly to the co-ops, to the people. And if we have to, I understand what the chairman is saying. If we have to go to the FDA to seek that, siguro, hindi na mabebenta. Bulok na po yung gatas bago pa may
That's
benta.
the only exception I want to exempt.
Maybe we can have a minute suspension so that the two of you can discuss. Session suspended.
May I move that we, in the meantime, suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2558. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2501 under Committee Report number 173, This is the bill providing new separation, retirement, and pension system for the military and the uniformed personnel. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period, still in the period of interpellation, and so with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and debates and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and to interpellate our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. So
My
moved,
distinguished colleague, Senator Jingo Estrada, the sponsor of the measure, is recognized, and to interpolate Senator Risa Ontiveros, our Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Salamat po.
Mr. President, can you give us a minute suspension for them to organize? For
Yes, session,
Mr. President.
if it's all right with the minority, Deputy Minority. Session suspended. Before we never used to do that. Time na din yun, wala. Session resumed.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Just to begin with my few questions. The bill establishes the AFP Trust Fund and the Uniformed Personnel Trust Fund with the GSIS as fund manager. Confident po ba tayo sa kapasidad ng GSIS na i-manage itong mga pondo, Mr.
Yes,
President?
Mr. President, based on their track record, I am very, very confident that they can handle the funds of the AFP and all of the MUP agencies, Mr. President.
Okay, salamat, Mr. President. Ngayon, ima-manage po ba ng GSIS sa parehong paraan ang mga pondong ito tulad sa pension funds para sa mga sibilyan, Mr. President?
Yes, GSIS will manage the funds in the same way as they manage the civilian pension funds, Mr. President. Their experience and best practices will definitely come in handy, Mr. President. And I place my confidence in the ability of the GSIS in properly managing and investing the trust funds as they have done so for so many years, Mr. President, for our civilian government agencies.
Salamat, Mr. President. And speaking of best practices, ano pong best practices ang pwedeng gamitin ng GSIS para siguruhin yung sustainability ng pensions para sa military and uniformed personnel na parang nakakatakas pa sa atin hanggang sa ngayon? So anong best practices po?
Yes, Mr.
Para
President.
mahuli na natin yung, kumbaga, sweet spot. yung
During
sikreto.
the rounds of consultations that we had with the stakeholders concerned, we remember the Department of Finance saying that GSIS will not be allowed to take very high risk investments like in, say, cryptocurrency, and the GSIS also subscribes to a public pension best practice in various areas espoused by the International Social Security Association from investment, risk, and operation. And for investments, Mr. President, there are many layers of approval from management, from the management committee, board, etc., Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. President. Actually, yung sagot po ng good sponsor is related to one of my later questions about best practices internationally din. Pero bago po yung tanong na yon, once this bill is passed, ang Department of Finance ba, may projections sila kung ganong katagal bago ma-restabilize na natin yung ating fiscal position kaugnay ng MUP retirement funds?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you for your question. I'm afraid that the full effect of this law to the fiscal position might take a while, Mr. President, as the pensions of active personnel, current pensioners, and all those entering the service right before the enactment of this bill will still be covered by our annual national budget. No? And to illustrate further, those who are entering the service today, who will not be covered yet by this law, will receive pension benefits, including survivorship benefits, Mr. President, at least 20 to 30 years from now, which will still be sourced from the annual General Appropriations Act, Mr. President. Kaya po habang hindi natin nabibigyan solusyon ng problema na ito, ng pondo para sa pension, patuloy pong magbabalon o maglolobo ang ating unfunded pension liabilities. Kaya po masasabi natin, bawat araw po ay napakahalaga, Ginong Pangulo.
Sumasang-ayon po ako doon, Mr. President, yung sinabi ng good sponsor na bawat araw ay mahalaga at bawat hakbang, basta sa tamang direksyon, ay mahalaga din. At ganoon naman po natin tinitignan itong bill natin. Salamat na unahan na ng good sponsor yung follow-up question ko na kung it might take a while, yung full effect na gusto nating malikha, ganong katagal o kaiksi yung a while, pero sabi nga nila, 20 to 30 years. Tama po ba?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay.
This might be realizable around 20 to 30 years, Mr. President. But if we don't start now, when will we start, Mr. President?
Exactly. Sa ibang konteksto, di ba, sinabi na rin kung hindi ngayon, kailan pa.
Correct.
And bagamat maaring isipin, lalo na nung mga mas bata sa atin, good sponsor, na 20 to 30 years, ang tagal. Pero pwede rin po
Sana
nating
buhay pa ho
tignan.
tayo dyan, Mr. President.
Palagay ko po buhay pa tayo noon, good sponsor. Pwede rin po nating isipin na ang 20 to 30 years, 2-3 dekada ay mga isang henerasyon. Hindi ko naman sasabing isang henerasyon lamang, pero baka sa ganung paraan, pwede nating kunin yung perspective na, sige, gawin natin itong isang proyekto ng ating lifetime, ng ating henerasyon, at hari nawa, dapat, sa susunod na henerasyon ng mga mamamayan at uniform personnel na Pilipino ay mas naisaayos na po natin. At sabi din po, Mr. President, ng good sponsor, ang bawat araw ay mahalaga at dinagdag ko po na ang bawat hakbang ay mahalaga. So, at the very least, pwede po ba nating isipin na itong hakbang na ginagawa natin ngayon sa bill na ito ay importanteng hakbang papunta doon sa tamang direksyon na ma-sustain natin yung karapat-dapat na pensyon sa ating military at uniform personnel at na balang araw dyan sa loob ng 20 to 30 years ay totoong magiging stabilized at sustainable na po siya.
Tama po kayo dyan. May I just inform the good Deputy Minority Leader that we were assured by the GSIS by the GSIS that the military uniformed personnel trust funds which will be created under the bill will be self-sustaining right from the start, since there will be contributions from the new entrants, Mr. President.
Na yun naman yung isang katangian na hinahanap po natin, di po ba, Mr. President, good sponsor, sa lahat ng mga pension institutions natin, yung usapin nga ng actuarial life nila, yan din po ay tinatanong natin sa SSS, sa GSIS, na ayan, sila nga po yung magmamanage din po nitong MUP pension funds natin. So salamat po para doon, Mr. President. Mabalikan ko po yung isang punto na binanggit ng good sponsor kanina tungkol sa best practices of, sorry, hindi ko yata nasulat lahat, International Social Security, ano po yung
Association.
Association. Salamat po, good sponsor. So, kaugnay po diyan yung susunod na tanong ko, in crafting this bill, did we look, dun din po, tumingin din po ba tayo sa mga military pension system sa ibang mga bansa halimbawa po sa US, sa UK at sa iba pa, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, we did look at the pension system of other jurisdiction. No? The most specifically the U.S. pension system. No? The committee was interested in applying the so-called blended retirement system, wherein those in active service will be given the option to contribute. Contribution will be mandatory only under this bill. Contribution will be mandatory only to new entrants, Mr. President. As to the best practices, Mr. President, one of the main features of pension systems from other jurisdictions that we introduced under our bill is the mandatory contributions. And if I may continue, in Southeast Asia, only 2 countries, no, Brunei and Singapore, have MUP pension systems which are fully funded by the national government. Other source, their pension from contribution from their personnel through defined contributions as a percentage of their salary. Workers' share ranges from 3%, as in the case of Thailand, and up to 8%, as in the case of Vietnam and Laos. And meanwhile, government share ranges from 3%, as in Thailand, up to 14%, as in the case of Vietnam. And in the case of Russia, the rate is 22% monthly salary, Mr. President.
I see. So malawak din po pala yung range. And I presume, Mr. President would sponsor, sinasaklaw ito nung observation ng International Social Security
Something went wrong.
Association.
Please
At
try again.
sila din po ang nagkakalap ng best practices mula sa iba't ibang mga bansang ito.
Opo.
Interesante din po yung binanggit yung blended retirement system na sabi nyo nga po, good sponsor, naging interesado ang committee doon. Meron bang kahit ilang mga katangian ng blended retirement system na sinubukan na nating isama dito sa MUP bill natin, Mr. President?
Wala po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Bakit po?
Wala akong gusto mag-contribute sa active personnel para new
okay po.
entrants.
Akala ko po, kaya blended ay dahil optional sa kanila
Yes.
kung gusto nila,
Yes, kung
voluntary.
gusto nila, pero tingin ko wala ho sila, hindi ho nila magugustuhan yung idea na yun na habang active personnel sila, magko-contribute po sila dahil nakasanayan na po nila na wala ho silang kino-contribute.
Totoo
Kaya nga
na-
itong batas natin ay pinapanukala ay exclusively only for new entrants lang po.
Okay po. Naunawaan ko naman po yung huling puntong binanggit
Sino ba?
nyo, Mr. President,
Sino ba mag-contribute?
good sponsor, na interesante lang ako kasi tayo po sa trabaho natin ng legislation, maya't maya, meron po tayong natututunang best practices or ibang mga modelo sa ibang mga bansa at parang tumatak sa pandinig ko at pansin, a blended retirement system. At bilang PNP widow din naman po ako, although nakasanayan na rin yung kasalukuyan, malay ba natin kung mayroong ganyang mga voluntary na features, mayroon ding mga
Ginong Pangulo,
mainteresado.
pagkatapos po ng inyong katanungan tungkol sa blended retirement system, tinanong ko rito sa ating mga opisyal ng pulis at AFP, tinanong ko kung gusto nila mag-contribute. Wala akong sumasagot sa akin.
Okay po. Well, kung hindi man ngayong araw o ngayong panahon, Mr. President, good sponsor, baka dun sa 20 to 30 years natatahakin itong ating inaamyendahang MUP pension system, baka maisip years or decades from now, ma-test or ma-offer on a voluntary basis. Malay po ba natin? At ako po, Mr. President, good sponsor, ina-approach ko po kasi itong interpellation natin at ganito mga tanong ko dahil interesado ako sa kanya, sa bill natin, mula sa dalawang direksyon. Una, security sector reforms. At pangalawa, pension reforms. Na dalawa sa, palagay ko, naging pinaka-attractive na subjects of legislation natin nitong mga taon. So,
Opo.
yun na lamang po. Just for the record na lang po.
Thank
Na
you.
napaka-interesante po ng nabanggit ng good
Saka
sponsor na
if I may add,
blended.
Mr.
Opo,
President.
Mr. President.
Kasi sa aking palagay, in terms of administration, mukhang mahirap yata implement yung blended retirement system. Kasi syempre, katulad nga na sinabi ko kanina, nakasanayan na po nila na wala naman ho silang kino-contribute. But we leave it up to the AFP or the other MUPA agencies, trust fund committees to develop innovative programs which they feel will be beneficial to their members, Mr. President.
Opo. I share that confidence, Mr. President, good sponsor. And in any case, kahit kung somewhere down the line yung GSIS managed na MUP pension system ay magsubok or mag-offer ng blended retirement system, syempre, if ever, magkakaroon naman din yan ng mga incentives or kumbaga may dagdag benepisyo tulad ng mga ibang pension institutions or kahit pa ngayong mga commercial, mga bangko, kapag nagde-develop sila ng mga bagong products, kung sakaling yung mga savers nila, in the case of banks, o yung mga miyembro nila, in the case of pension institutions, ay magkaroon ng biglang at one time kaunting dagdag na pera at gusto nilang ma-invest. So, but salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President, sa pag-entertain sa ganitong curiosity ko po sa binanggit na blended retirement system. At ano pong best practices mula sa ibang bansa ang isinama na natin sa bill na ito, Mr. President?
Well, as to the best practices, Mr. President, one of the main features of pension systems from other countries or other jurisdictions that we introduced our bill is the mandatory contributions, Mr. President.
So yun po talaga yung isang best practice sa ibang bansa at in a way, isa sa heart and soul ng bill na ito.
Opo.
Opo. And kasi napansin ko rin po yung paglalarawan ng good sponsor sa mga pension systems o mga katulad na pension systems para din sa military and uniform personnel sa ibang mga bansa. Yung iba sa kanila, may ibang katangian at dahil din at ibang percentages din ng shares ng empleyado tapos ng gobyerno, dahil din yung iba sa kanila ay higit na mayaman na kumpara sa atin sa ngayon, tulad nga ng binanggit ng good sponsor na Brunei at saka Singapore. At sa mga bansang nagsimula pa lamang na meron ng mandatory contribution, so hindi po talaga naging challenge yung hinaharap nating hamon ngayon na ibahin hindi lang yung practice of pension contribution, pero yung kultura at ugali natin tungkol dito. At alam naman po natin na madalas yung cultural change ang isa sa pinakamahirap para sa ating mga tao, hindi lang sa ating mga Pilipino, kahit sinong tao. Harder than political or economic changes. Economic changes kasama na po yung pension contribution behavior. Huling paksa na lamang po, Mr. President, posible bang ang bill niya ito magkaroon ng epekto na i-discourage yung mga new entrants sa pagsapi sa uniformed forces sa panahon na yung bansa natin kailangan ng isang robust military at other uniformed services, lalo na sa kasalukuyang geopolitical conjuncture, Mr. President?
Ito po yung madalas na katanungan po sa inyong lingkod. At hindi po ito yung unang katanungan na ako'y tinanong ganitong klaseng tanong. Anyway, what are the possible effects of pension scheme reforms to the recruitment of our MUP agencies? Ang tanong na ito po ay kinukonsidera ng inyong committee sa pagbalangkas ng panukalang ito. Una, ayaw natin magkaroon ng disgruntlement, no, or discontent sa hanay ng mga nasa active service. Alam naman natin, hindi tayo sang-ayon dyan. Kaya naman, siniguro natin na anumang pagbabago sa pension ay mag-apply lamang sa new entrants at hindi babaguhin ang features ng pension benefits na alam nila pagpasok nila sa serbisyo, Ginoong Pangulo.
Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor.
Meron po, Ginoong Pangulo, if I may continue.
I'm sorry. Of course, Mr. President.
Pangalawa, sinisiguro po natin na ang mga pagbabago sa pension system will be reasonable enough and will always and ultimately redound to the benefit of the pensioners. Sila naman po talaga ang iniisip natin sa panukalang batas na ito na masiguro na sa panahon ng kanilang pagre-retiro ay meron sapat, matatag at sustainable na pension system silang inaasahan. At gaya nga na sinabi ng ating economic team, ang buwanang contribution ay hindi dapat tingnan bilang kabawasan. kundi forced savings and an investment for their future, Mr. President. Dahil nga po sa unsustainable rate of increase of pension liabilities, which already affects the fiscal position of our government, including our national debt. Hindi natin alam kung kakayanin pa ng ating pamahalaan na makapagtabi ng sapat na pondo na pinapangako sa ilalim ng kasalukuyang pension system. Ginoong Pangulo.
Salamat po, Mr. President. At yung mga sinabi ng good sponsor, yun din naman yung pinagsusumikapan nating i-assure sa kahit sinong mga miyembro ng kahit aling pension institutions tulad muli ng SSS at GSIS na kapag may awas sa sweldo natin, ito po ay kailangan ma-appreciate natin bilang forced savings at opo, investment sa panahon na tayo magre-retiro na at kailangan pa rin ng social protection para sa ating mga sarili at ating mga pamilya. Salamat po sa mga sagot, Mr. President, good sponsor. At huli, may plano po ba na siguruhin ang sufficient recruitment kahit pa may yung binanggit na good sponsor ng mga posibleng epekto ng bill na ito?
Meron po tayong mga pinasok na bagong benepisyo gaya ng katulad nga ng sinabi ko kahapon sa isang nag-interpolate po sa akin, di ko pala, si Senator Sherwin, na katulad ng medical insurance at base pay increase para sa ating mga new entrants. Ginoong Pangulo.
Alright. Maraming salamat, Mr. President, good sponsor. Yan lamang po ang aking mga tanong at naglulook forward po ako na patuloy na makipagtrabaho sa good sponsor para sa pension reforms at para sa security sector reforms bilang pagsuporta sa ating mga uniform services at mga institusyon nila bilang bahagi ng ating gobyerno at bilang bahagi ng ating buong lipunan. So, salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Maraming salamat, good sponsor.
Maraming salamat po sa ating napakagandang Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Tiveros.
Yes, we'll suspend for the meantime as Senator Coco.
Basic for a minute suspension,
minute
Mr.
suspension.
President.
Resume.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2501. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2620 under Committee Report number 245. This is the bill on the Universal Healthcare Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. The good sponsor, Senator J.V. Arcito, is recognized, and to interpolate the good minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Yung sa OFW na lang ano niya. Sa IRR na lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, if we can commence with our interpellation, Mr. President.
Yes, certainly. I'm sure that the good minority leader will be able to enhance and even improve the proposed amendment to the Universal Healthcare Act.
The measure we are considering, Mr. President, is entitled an Act amending Republic Act number 11223, otherwise known as the Universal Healthcare Act. So from the title of the measure, we cannot see what is the substance of the measure. So may we get from the sponsor what is the subject matter or the substance of our measure?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, the UHC was envisioned, when we passed it in 2019, it was envisioned to give genuine access to all Filipinos. Under this law, all Filipinos will now be considered members of PhilHealth, both direct and indirect, meaning even if it's not only the employees who are direct contributors who will be considered as members, but as well as all Filipinos, no, who will now be considered members and will be getting the benefits and privileges as members. And we subsidize the indirect contributors under this law. So even the family members of the contributors are now considered and will be able to derive their benefits and privileges as members of PhilHealth. And it was envisioned to widen, as again, Mr. President, it was envisioned to widen the access of PhilHealth service to all Filipinos. However, Mr. President, it did not intend to put the burden on the direct contributors. So ito po yung paying members or the working class, because when we were drafting this measure prior to its passage in 2019, nobody was able to predict or even anticipate that the COVID-19 would happen. So it happened, unfortunately, in 2020, just as the Universal Healthcare Act was going to be implemented. It's the first year of the implementation of this measure. So the rationale with this amendment is basically to adjust the rates a little bit so that it will give time, or it will give the opportunity for everybody, especially the working class, to be able to recover from the pandemic. So although the pandemic, the health emergency may have been lifted, but everybody is still trying to recover from that pandemic, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our bill, yung under consideration, I think involves just two sections of the Universal Healthcare Act. Tama? Specifically Section 9 and Section 10. Section 9 is entitled Entitlement to Benefits and Section 10 is entitled Premium Contributions. Yun
That is-
lang po ang ating gagalawin sa bill na ito tungkol doon sa Universal Healthcare Act.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Like actually, just to give you background, because when pandemic struck in 2020, a lot of our direct contributors, the working class, especially the OFWs, no, reacted when PhilHealth continued to increase its rate based on the law that we passed. No? As I mentioned, all of the data, the information that where we based this measure was pre-pandemic levels. And as I mentioned also, nobody really foresaw the pandemic coming. So again, as this law was designed really to ease the burden of the Filipino people, not to add to the burden. So we have to adapt to the situation. That's the rationale, Your Honor, that we have to adapt to the situation because of this health emergency. Again, we are still reeling from the pandemic. Hopefully, by increasing a bit, by adjusting the rate a bit, hopefully it can give time for everybody to recover, especially the direct contributors or the working class.
I correct myself, Mr. President. Tatlo pala. Even Section 12 of the Universal Healthcare Act is also amended because our bill, the Section 3 of our bill is not properly formatted, Mr. President. So, okay, so let's just go through the three sections we are changing, Mr. President. Section 9 on entitlement to benefits of RA number 11223. Ano po ang babaguhin natin dito, Mr. President?
Yes.
Anong epekto ng pagbabago natin dito?
Yes, Your Honor. I hope they can flash it on the screen again. The new rates, no? Basically, it's the rates.
Hindi po rates itong Section 9 po. Ang sinasabi lang natin dito na the amounts under each benefit package shall be subject to the review and assessment of the Health Technology Assessment Council pursuant to Section 34 of this Act. I think that is the substance of the amendment.
Pwede namang hindi HDAC, pero kasi kailangan may financial capability na mag-analyze.
Actually, Your Honor, Mr. President, in the Universal Healthcare Act, there is what we call the Health Technology Assessment Council, no, or the HTAC. The HTAC is designated to review the rates, the benefits, and the cost effectiveness of the measure of the program, and and the suitability of the benefit packages, no? And if there's any, for example, there's a need to increase in the benefit packages, ang HTAC din po, Your Honor, Mr. President, is the one that is designated to review everything under the UHC or the healthcare system, Your Honor.
We are talking about benefit packages po dito. May we know currently how many benefit packages ba ang tawag doon? Sa kada benepisyo under PhilHealth, we call it a benefit package. So,
Yes,
how
that's
many
correct.
benefit packages do we have under PhilHealth?
Marami, di ba? In case, saka yung
General categories.
Yun lang naman sinasabi niya, can be, that the amounts can be adjusted by the HTAC. Yun naman sinasabi niya. So, adjusted. So, pwedeng up, pwedeng down.
Your Honor, there's three categories, no? The inpatient benefits, the outpatient benefits, and the Z benefits, no? Yung Z package po.
Z po, letter Z.
Z, as in Zubiri.
Opo.
Yan po yung actually, ito yung Z benefits. That includes, meron kayo ng yung mga packages ng Z. Ito po yung, for example, there is a need for a kidney transplant. The beneficiary, the member can get as high as 600,000 pesos according to the Z benefit package. Open heart surgery, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 500,000, no? Ganun na po kalaki yung malalaki.
So pag tinanong po ilan po ang benefit packages ang ino-offer ng PhilHealth masasagot po natin sa bilang, number lang po, sa number. So ilan yung inpatient benefit packages? Ganun ba? Iba-iba po ba yan? And then may outpatient benefit packages. Ilan po ang Z packages? Opo.
Yes, Your Honor, we just get the exact number.
Marami yun. 100.
Sa yun, ito, marami yung inpatient and ano.
Can we ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Yes, minute suspension.
Session suspended. Sure, soon.
Your Honor, Mr. President, regarding your inquiry, in inpatient package, there are about 8,000 case rates, no? Ito po yung kahit yung mga simpleng mga sakit, pneumonia, sakit sa puso at iba pa, it's about 8,000 case rates based on the International Classification of Diseases, no, or ICD. Sa outpatient po, only one with consulta package. Ito po yung outpatient benefits po natin, yung pong check-up, no? Ito po yung consulta package that was introduced by PhilHealth under the UHC because we prioritize preventive care. So ito po yung isa lang. In the Z package is about 18. There are about 18. If I may just enumerate some of them.
Sige.
Ito po yung medyo malalaking gastusin, no? Yung acute lymphomic lymphoblastic leukemia, 500,000 ang pwede ma-avail. With breast cancer, about hanggang 1.4 million pa, no? Sa prostate cancer, 100,000. End-stage renal disease, eligible for kidney transplant, 600,000. Pag bypass po or mga open heart surgery, about 550,000. Surgery for tetralogy of Fallot in children, 320,000. Cervical cancer, 120,000. So, as you can see, Your Honor, Mr. President, we have really leveled up also the benefit packages based on UHC, which the members now are benefiting at present, Your Honor.
Opo, so yung consulta package natin under the outpatient packages, isa lang talaga. Magkano po yun? May amount yun?
The budget that is for each member is about 1,700, no? Yan po yung pang check-up po nila.
Yes,
The annual check-up, it's 1,700 per person.
So maganda po ito, no? On paper, meron tayong 8,000 diseases or illnesses covered sa ating inpatient packages ng PhilHealth. Meron tayong isang package under outpatient, which we call consulta package.
That is correct.
And we have 18 diseases or illnesses under our Z packages. And these 18 are most likely the grave or serious illnesses or diseases.
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President. Yan po yung mga
Maganda,
medyo
maganda,
complicated
pero-
diseases o ano na.
But can the sponsor share his experiences with us as a public official? Bakit pa marami pa humingi sa atin ng financial assistance kung ang ganda na nitong ating PhilHealth packages tapos mandatory coverage naman ng lahat ng Pilipino?
Well, the Universal Healthcare Act is a 10-year program, Your Honor, Mr. President. It's still a work in progress, actually. It's on its fourth year of implementation, and it's designed to lower the out-of-pocket expense of every Filipino. Yan naman po ang talagang gusto natin, no? But just to give you background, prior to the passage of Universal Healthcare Act, the out-of-pocket expense of every Filipino reaches about 70%. Kumbaga, 70% ng gastusin pang medical galing po sa sariling bulsa. But now, upon the passage of UHC, in 2019, it's down to 40 pesos na ba? 40 plus. Below 50 pesos. Magkano? Now, it's about 44.7 pesos na po ang out-of-pocket expense. So, there's a considerable improvement, but still a work in progress.
44.7% siguro, percent?
Sorry, 44.7%.
Yes, Apo.
44.7%. So, still a work in progress. So, meron pa tayong, kumbaga, may 44% pang hinahabol, no? Bagamat na nasagot na po yung almost 60%. But some indigents, yung po may hirap, there's still 40% that they are still trying to cover, no? So, yun po siguro yung lumalapit sa atin for MAIP,
Hindi lang
and
po
some
mahirap,
medical
pati
assistance.
middle class kasi ang lapit sa atin, mga hospital bill nila, millions, 2 million, 1.4 million, 700,000. Ito pong ating amendment is talks about the HTAC can adjust the benefit package. Yun ang ating but
That is correct.
But who monitors the hospital billings, Mr. President? Baka nagballoon din ang mga hospital billings. Hindi ko maintindihan wala ring tigil ang hingi ng medical assistance. Yung pang problema nila is to pay their bills. Akala ko ba sinolve natin sa UHA?
The problem, Your Honor, Mr. President, is that we do not have a law, no, that will be able to monitor, no. The problem also, mostly with the private hospitals, yun po yung medyo lumalaki yung mga bills, no. Wala ho tayong batas na pwedeng mag-monitor kung talagang are they charging exorbitant fees or what. But we're hoping in the future, dapat magkaroon siguro ng ganun.
Walang
That
study ang
standard.
PhilHealth, Mr. President, na tinignan nila nung pinasa yung Universal Healthcare Act. Kumusta ang behavior ng mga hospital fees and charges?
Pero yung sa hospital ang concern niya kasi kung baka
Tapos professional fees, hindi yata covered.
i-increase na natin. At present, Your Honor, Mr. President, unfortunately, there's no study yet according to PhilHealth. What they do is just they're trying to increase the benefit packages so that it can help cover the expenses of members.
But Mr. President, if we allow the other side, there are two sides to the equation. If we allow the other side to also increase in an unregulated manner,
Dapat siguro separate.
wala siphoning, we are just siphoning off the system's resources, Mr. President, from one side of the equation to the other side, Mr. President. Pero ang tanong ko is PhilHealth the institution even concerned about this issue? Is it monitoring the other side of the equation?
Your Honor, Mr. President, PhilHealth now at present is trying to monitor ito pong mga charges to what they call as shadow billing. So they have the data right now with regards to the rates and the fees that are being charged by the hospitals. Probably in a separate bill, probably we can look into this so that we can assure that there will be no overcharging and there's no taking advantage. After all, our aim is really to lower the out-of-pocket and the medical expenses of all Filipinos, Your Honor.
May we know who is now leading PhilHealth, Mr. President? Who is the leader of PhilHealth now? President ba tawag doon?
Yes, Your Honor, it's the president is now Emmanuel Ledesma, and as junior, and the chairman is the department, the DOH secretary,
Yes, Apo.
Your Honor.
For example, Mr. President, ito marami tayong binabanggit dito na packages, more than 8,000 na ito kasi isama natin lahat. Yung mga parents, for example, ng mga autistic children, malapit sa akin, saan daw sila pupunta? Are there packages for those with mental health condition, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, that falls under the children with disability, no? So that's included in the package, and that's why we need also the HTAC this time that would study and recommend the rate. So yun na lang po yung that will be the crucial part on what packages will be given to those who have autism and those who have children with with disability. So yung HTAC din po ang it will be HTAC that will be determine how much they would be able to derive.
Meron po tayong binanggit kasi na inpatient packages 8,000, case rates, outpatient package 1, Z packages 18. Ito na ba yung suma total ng benepisyo ng PhilHealth o meron pa tayong ibang pinag-uusapan, Mr. President?
That's a total already,
Okay.
8,000.
So
Your Honor.
yung sa mga children with disabilities, pasok sila sa inpatient packages?
Z benefits,
Sa
Your
Z?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Under what category? Sa
With
Z?
children with disability. Your Honor.
Okay, how much is that? Paano magpa-avail mo? Alam mo ng mga tao yun? Paano yun ba-avail mo? Irma iba ko sa
Your Honor, Mr. President, we have the figures. Children with developmental disabilities, assessment is discharge assessment rate ranges from 3,626 pesos to 5,276. Yung assessment pa lang po yun. And then the rehabilitation therapy sessions, ito po yung mahal kasi tuloy-tuloy, it's 5,000 pesos per set, Your Honor.
per session, parang
Per
ganun.
session.
And then may limit sa number of sessions?
May limit ba dito? Parang... Meron nga ba sa ano?
Paano kaya malaman ng mga parents? One session lang?
Your Honor, it's 10 sessions per year.
Katalagyan 10. Hindi, saan mo na ko yun?
That's why, Your Honor, we need the HTAC to be able to review as per our amendment. So if there's a need to increase...
Okay po yun. Okay. Kasi ang reklamong umabot kasi sa atin yung number one, hindi sila aware at yung mga nagsasabing aware sila, hindi rin nila na-avail or na-access, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, that's the dilemma that we have. No? Actually, the UHC has a lot of packages. Ang problema lang talaga yung information campaign. A lot of people are not even aware that they are already entitled to such benefits. Sayang itong batas na ito, no? It's a landmark legislation that we passed in 2019. I think medyo kulang na tayo sa information campaign. Even our OFWs, ito, sila po yung mga nag-react nung pandemic. Ang sabi nila nga, Your Honor, bakit po sila magko-contribute? Hindi naman sila makikinabang dahil nasa ibang bansa sila. Ang hindi po na sabi sa kanila that all of their families are already considered as members. So, hindi nila po problemahin yung gastusin dito. Okay. So, the time that we were able to visit OFWs, no, nagkaroon tayo ng in Singapore and Korea, yung po, no, hindi nila alam. But when we were explained that their family members are now considered as members and they can already avail of these packages, pati yung packages na naikwento sa kanila, ay nagulat sila. So, on that end, Your Honor, Mr. President, I think nagkulang talaga ng information campaign ang ating gobyerno, whether it's the PIA, our networks, DOH, kung kulang lang tayo sa information campaign. People are not aware that the Universal Healthcare Act is already there, no, for to be able to assist all Filipinos, Your Honor.
Yung panukalang batas na pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, Mr. President, yun na sinabi ko, sections 9, 10, and 12 of the UHCA ang ating ina-amend. Yung UHCA ba, may section ba doon about the obligation of PhilHealth to let the public know about all the details of their packages as well as how to avail of the packages?
Your Honor, Mr. President, it's in the original law, no, yung pong 7875 or the National Health Insurance Act that is their duty to inform the public of the packages and the benefits, no, that they can be able to avail. Yeah.
Kumusta compliance po, Mr. President?
The compliance. Well, according to PhilHealth, they are doing their best now for information dissemination. Actually, I was a witness also in Korea. They already have a PhilHealth representative that they send there so that they will be able to brief or at least disseminate information to our OFWs about the benefits that they can avail.
So I hope the sponsor will not mind if in the period of amendments, maybe we can revisit that original section on the obligation of the PhilHealth to propagate, to disseminate to the public awareness plus clear guidelines. But this time, lagyan natin ng ngipin. Lagyan natin ng ngipin. You know what I mean when I say lagyan natin ng ngipin. Actually, unfortunately, PhilHealth, that means may sanction. Okay? Yan po ang ating gagawin, Mr. President.
Well, that's correct, Your Honor. Actually, they said that they have already signed MOA with the Public Information Agency or PIA. Pero sayang kasi 4 years na po itong tumatakbo, Your Honor, Mr. President. Kaya siyempre
Which one, sir? Which one is the 4 years?
Itong UHC, no? It was passed in 2019,
Yes.
implemented in 2020. So we're in the 4th year of implementation. Kaya minsan siyempre nakakalungkot din, nakaka-frustrate din as the principal sponsor, according with of course, Senator Tiberos, ang isa sa mga talaga nagtulak nito, one of the authors, no, of this measure. Tapos hindi alam ng ibang tao, nakakapanghinayang, sayang, di ba? Parang siyempre being authors of this measure, this landmark legislation, we're proud, no, that we were able to pass this, na talagang lahat magbe-beneficyo. So yun po, I think any suggestion from Your Honor, Mr. President, that would improve information campaign, information drive, so that everybody, the Filipino people will be able to know of or avail of the services. Ang laki na po Even the Z packages talagang nag-level up na. Yun hindi nila alam na ganun kalaki na po ang kanina makukuha.
Thank you po. But of course, we wish good health to all of our people. Na sana nga no need to avail of the illness related packages. Pero yung konsulta package, ano yata to? Preventive eh.
Yes,
So,
that-
okay to, di ba?
Actually, one of-
encourage natin, gamitin ito. Tama po ba?
That is correct. That's every member or every Filipino is entitled to annual checkup. No, that's why one of the salient features of the law is to strengthen the preventive side. No, kasi po mas pag lumala na ang sakit, mas magastos, mas mabigat. Hindi lamang para sa pamilya, mas mabigat din para sa gobyerno dahil ang gobyerno din ang sasagot kadalasan. So we are now trying to strengthen the preventive side by having this yung mga primary care, no, we're strengthening rural health units, yung mga super health, ano tawag doon? Super health centers, no, this they will serve as the primary care na bago po pumunta sa secondary and tertiary and apex hospitals, dapat doon na muna. No? So that's what we are trying to strengthen now and trying to build more super health centers so that this will serve as the primary care unit of DOH for UHC. You know?
Mr. President, mabuti nga nabanggit natin sponsor yung Apex Hospital. That's why kinausap ko rin si Senator Bongo na para sa senior citizens natin, we want them to be also to be healthy. Ang tawag kasi ng branch of medicine for the elderly is geriatric medicine. Actually, walang Apex Hospital for that. Kaya sabi ko, and then I filed a bill for the establishment of the National Geriatric Hospital or Hospital for Senior Citizens. Sana kilusan na po ng ating chairman. Kinausap ko siya kahapon. That is. So, Mr. President, ito bang konsulta package, one size fits all ito? One amount?
Yes.
Magkano po ba ito?
It's 1,700.
Nabanggit na natin kanina, no?
Per head, as per PhilHealth Circular in 2023, Your Honor.
So ano lang po ito? Parang interview lang ng doktor. Wala po itong mga blood works, walang blood exam, walang mga ECG, or wala po? O ano lang ito?
May kasama po.
Sitting down with the doctor lang po ito?
Meron po, may kasama.
Meron.
Ito po.
Opo. Sige, banggitin po natin para kasi ito po yung covered ang lahat kahit wala kang sakit. Ang ating ini-encourage nga natin na i-avail tama ba or i-correct ako ng PhilHealth kung ayaw natin i-avail ito ng taong bayan, Mr. President, ha? At ano bang gusto natin dito na kahit wala kang sakit, maganda pakiramdam mo, gusto natin mag-avail sila ng kanilang annual consultation and check-up with doctors. Tama po ba? For
Yes.
overall health.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor. As I mentioned, as the preventive side, talagang this included yung annual check-up, which includes 15 lab tests and 21 medicines, Your Honor. 15 lab tests. Ito po,
Okay.
from our USEC, Albert Domingo is here with us. Ito po yung select laboratory and diagnostic examinations, including the PhilHealth Consulta Primary Care Package. Complete blood count or CBC with platelet count, lipid profile, total cholesterol, fasting blood sugar, oral glucose tolerance, glycosylated hemoglobin, creatinine, chest x-ray, sputum microscopy, electrocardiogram or ECG, mammogram, ultrasound, urinalysis, pap smear, fecalysis, fecal occult blood test. Tapos ito naman po na may mga gamot, no? So yung basic lab test, these are the medicines that are included. Amoxicillin, co-amoxiclab, ito may mga antimicrobial. Mahirap banggitin eh. So, oral radiation salts, fluid and electrolytes, salbutamol, anti-asthma, paracetamol, metomorphine. Ito, pati yung sa anti-diabetic, kasama rin po. And anti-hypertensives, no? Kasama rin po. Mga losartan, aspirin, parang Norvasc ito iniinom ko ngayon. Aspirin and others, antihistamine and antithrombotics, Your Honor. So marami rin po kasama.
1,700 pesos po yung basic package niyan.
Per person, Your
Yes,
Honor.
bayad
That's
na.
correct.
So Pero this is in the nature of a subsidy. If you're billed for more than the amount, ima-minus yung 1,700. Ganun po ba?
That's a capitation per person, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yeah, is it in the nature of a subsidy? I mean, yung mga nakikinig sa atin, kunyari, pumunta sila, mahulaan nila kung sino yung mga accredited. Kaya tatanungin ko nga, ilan yung accredited laboratory. Kunyari, pumunta sila sa accredited laboratory or clinic. Lahat yung test na yon fixed at 1,700, hindi siya lalampas.
Your Honor, according to PhilHealth, it's performance-based, meaning kung ano po yung mga ginawa doon sa pasyente. So, doon lang po i-base yung payment.
Okay.
Mr.
So,
President.
hindi lahat yun gagawin. Yun lang mga posibleng gawin and then gagawin up to the cost of 1,700.
Yes, not all people
Yes,
use all
yes.
lab tests. So
Yes,
I think those, kung ano po yung makita ng doktor
Pag sumobra po na
kinakailangan.
1,700, out of pocket na po ng patient yon.
In government, there's no out-of-pocket. No? In private, there's 500 pesos. Maximum.
Maximum out of pocket. Why did we mention an amount na 1,700? Hindi ko makuha. If it's
Based
sa-
on both. Private and
What?
tapos sa private and in 500. Your Honor, that's the base, no? For both private and public hospital, 1,700. So yung 500 pesos is extra out of pocket. Kung sa private po, may dagdag pong 500 pesos. Kung sobra sa 1,700. Sa government, wala na ho. Kasi sagot na ho yan 1,700. That's...
Sige po, but mayroon po kayong sinabi kanina na limited to the accredited laboratories or clinics. Ilan po ito, Mr. President? How many are these laboratories which will offer the consulta package of the PhilHealth?
There are about 2,161 accredited consulta providers, Your Honor, serving about 17 million beneficiaries nationwide according to PhilHealth. 2,161 po ang accredited providers. No?
Bakit nasabi pong 17 million? May 17 million na ang nagkonsulta, Mr. President?
The registered beneficiaries, Your Honor, 17 million. Your Honor.
Only the PhilHealth system, ako po yung nalilito na, PhilHealth system has 17 million members. 17?
17 million registered members. Tapos yung pong nakapag-avail na is about 5 million already. Naka 5 million na po na siya mula nung nagpasa po yung UHC, Your Honor.
Okay, but under the UHCA, all Filipinos are covered.
Your Honor, that is correct. Under the UHC, all Filipinos are considered as members, but they have to register so that they will be recognized as members by the doctors. Kailangan lang mag-rehistro.
Okay, so dapat 17 million pa lamang. Sayang, itong konsulta natin para sa lahat.
Sa consulta package lang, Your Honor, 17 million pa lang po yung nakapag-register.
Oo nga, pero
So they have to register.
katulad na nasabi natin kanina, gusto natin halos lahat.
Sana po.
Tama, no?
If that's hindi nila alam tama 'yun We need to improve on information campaign, Your Honor.
Itong 2,161 accredited clinics or laboratories for our consulta package, ilan po ang nasa Mindanao?
Ilan kaya may breakdown ba tayo? Your Honor, Mr. President, as of now, with the PhilHealth said they will just provide. They do not have the exact number. That they will just
Sige
submit.
po,
Your
at the
Honor.
soonest possible time para makita po natin. Okay, let's now go to the bill, Mr. President. Ang binibigay talaga natin is the power for HTAC to adjust the benefit package amount. So, kung wala pala ito, what is happening now?
Right. Without the HTAC, Your Honor, Mr. President, it will be PhilHealth that would determine. So it is better that with the HTAC, consists of experts, Your Honor, Mr. President, yung pong HTAC, at least sila po magsasabi kung kulang or
Yung
at kailangan dagdagan yung amount.
Ayun.
No? So these
So,
are
ngayon, it's the
experts.
board.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
How many people compose the board? Chaired by the
13.
secretary. Ha?
13.
13. Hindi lahat yun, galing sa government agencies yung iba? Pati nga, compare na natin.
5, Your Honor, Mr. President, 5 ex officio comes from the government, and the rest are experts.
Si HTAC, ilan pong composition nito? Council ito eh. Ilan na HTAC? Council ito. Ilan yan?
With HTAC, Your Honor, Mr. President, it's 9. 9.
So, 9 all experts in,
Yes, Your Honor.
siguro yan, different.
Specialists, experts, economists also,
So,
social scientists.
so ang policy decision natin dito, it's better that the HTAC will determine the amount for each benefit package rather than the PhilHealth Board. Ganun yun. This is the change which will happen, tama? Just for me to understand.
According to Yusek Domingo, we are asking the HTAC to determine if the amount is enough or it needs to be increased. Kaya nga, they have the expertise, no? Kasi nga po,
But who actually increases? The board or the HTAC?
the board, Your Honor. It's the HTAC only recommends.
Review lang.
Review and recommends.
Okay, well, kahit wala
Review
siguro,
and assessment. And,
kung wala tong amendment na to, ibig sabihin, the board does not consult the HTAC.
Usually, the board only recommends data or gets data from the actuary, no? So, at least with the HTAC now, it's an external check and balance that was designed under the UHC. So they will be able to, composed of experts, as I mentioned. So they will already say that they will have the say if it's enough or not, or if there's a need to increase. So yun po ang papel talaga ng HTAC.
Hindi makakilo si board pag walang recommendation si HTAC. Under our bill, not under present law. Ito, intention, what is the intention? Hindi magalaw ni board ang benefit package kahit pataas o pababa if the HTAC will not recommend it.
They can still act on their own, Your Honor, the board, but the HTAC is, the function is only to review and assessment. So it's better that
Okay.
it is better if they will be consulted.
Okay, so no effect on the power of the board. Actually, we are giving a mandate to HTAC to do something. May duty si HTAC,
Yes,
which is
that-
to shall review and assess each benefit package.
Yes,
Ganun po.
that's correct, Your Honor.
Binibigyan lang natin ng trabaho, mandatory trabaho ang HTAC. No effect on the power of the board.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Sige, okay. Klaro, Mr. President. Ngayon, Mr. President, on page 2, line 5, lines 5, 6, at saka 8, meron tayong mga deletions. Meron tayong strike through, meron tayong strike out ng mga words eh. What would be the effect of these deletions, Mr. President? I am referring, ito na po, so that the records will bear what I'm referring to. Page 2, lines 5 to 6, pinapadelete po, and self-employed direct contributors, and from lines 8 to 9, the phrase, and not exceeding 1.5% for self-earning, professional practitioners, and migrant workers. What would be the effect, Mr. President?
Well, according to Yusek Domingo, Your Honor, Mr. President, this is to make it easier for the members who have missed their contribution. So kumbaga parang magkaroon ng parang amnesty, no? So that it will be easier for them to be able to pay yung pang kanilang missed contributions or arrears, so if you might want to call it, Your Honor.
But the effect will be permanent, Mr. President. Minamid natin yung law, dinidelete natin ito. This is not an amnesty. This is a permanent deletion, Mr. President.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. President, we will welcome any proposal for
But
that's the
intention. Sana.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, that's the intention, to make it easier for those who will have their arrears, to make it easier for them to be able to update their payments.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Let's go to the second section of the law which is being amended. Ito good news, and I want the sponsor, if he should be inclined to explain this to the people. Ito yung maganda kasi napapansin ko parang yung premium rate sa PhilHealth contributions po ito ay binababaan. Pinapababa po ng ating panukalang batas, Mr. President. So may we know from the sponsor ano po ang pagbabago nitong ating amendment sa Section 10 of the RA 11223?
Yes, Your Honor. You are correct on your observation. We adjusted the rates. Yan po yung naka-flash ngayon sa screen. At present po, dapat 5% na po, no, based on the Universal Healthcare Act. As I mentioned earlier, when we were drafting this law, it was based on circumstances prevailing at that time. Wala pa hong COVID na nangyari, wala pa hong pandemic. And again, we are all still recovering, although wala na po yung health emergency, but everybody is still recovering economically. So we are just trying to make it easier. Again, ang UHC kasi, we have to, sabi ko nga, it was not intended to be a burden, especially to the members. So, kumbaga, we will just atras lang po natin ng kaunti. So yung 2024 example na dapat 5% na, it will now be 4%, and then gradually increase it every year up to 5% in 2028, Your Honor. So ano lang, it will just give the chance for everybody to be able to get back on their feet and to recover, Your Honor.
Yung 5% na dapat sinisingil na po sa 2024 ay madidefer hanggang 2028. Tama?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
Pero may epekto po ito sa ating mga benefit packages?
Wala po, Your Honor, Mr. President. Asan yung income?
Wala po I mean, hindi bababa ang halaga ng benefit
Wala po,
packages.
Your Honor, Mr. President. Asan yung
Magandang balita po yan, Mr. President.
yung surplus? Nakita natin.
Sige po.
Yes, because we also, during our hearings, the surplus of PhilHealth will be able to shoulder. Kayang-kaya po. Kung makikita nyo po, ito po, nandito na po sa slides, yung reserve fund po ng PhilHealth is enough to be able to sustain and to still continue to give the same packages. No? Kahit na po meron tayong adjustment sa rates, it will still be able to give the benefit and especially the packages. So kaya naman po.
Diyan po sa pinapakita ng ating sponsor na nasa screen, ano pong pinaka-importante po diyan sa tatlong ano na yan? Information na yan? Saan po kami titingin? Ano pong pinaka-importante? Si reserve fund ba?
Yung pong inflows, for example, wala dyan eh. Next slide please, yung inflows. Para lang makita natin that the adjustment of premium income will not have any will not have an effect on the income of PhilHealth. Yan pong nasa taas po, no? Yung premium income, if you can see it, from 2018, 2019, up to 2023, it has increased, no? Malaki po yung increase, no? 237.2 billion. Tapos po ito po yung interest and interest income nasa 21.5 billion. So yung pong expenses, Sandali lang po. Yan po yung outflows, no? Yan po yung benefit claims and operating expenses. So, kung makikita nyo po, the income or the inflows can very well cover ito pong mga outflows. So, yan po yung net inflows na nandun po sa baba. So, kaya naman po.
Magandang balita pa yan, pero yung benefit claims, napapansin po natin na bumababa, Mr. President. Is there an explanation for that? 2023, 75.8 billion pesos ang benefit claims. Lowest in 6 years, Mr. President. Did something happen in 2023?
Oh, bakit nga ba bumaba in 2023?
Ano?
Pandemic?
Kasi tapos na yung year na yan.
Inayos po namin yung actuarial projection namin, Mr. Senator, na ito na po yung lumabas.
So,
Idagdag ko na rin po, Mr. President, ng observation na pagdating sa premium income, 2023 naman, 237.2 billion, the highest in 6 years. Benefit claims, the lowest in 6 years, Mr. President.
Can I ask for a minute suspension, Your Honor?
We will just defer this matter, Mr. President. I think the sponsor needs more time to get the explanation from PhilHealth. Siguro, Mr. President, meron pong good news naman at may nagsusubaybay din sa ating hearing at meron tayong phoned-in question na pagdating po sa oral health or oral dental health, meron ba tayong benefit package under PhilHealth?
As of now, Mr. President, Your Honor, it's not included yet, but it's being studied already.
Can we get an explanation? Bakit? Isn't that part of the overall health of the Filipino, Mr. President?
So, ba't hindi raw kasama yun?
Dito next ko. Pag-resume nito, remind nyo ako. Ito. Kasi papasuspend ko na po. Anong term? Dental health? Hindi oral health? Oral health and dental saka optometrist on the one po. Plano na po yan.
Pero yung present, meron.
Okay, please.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to PhilHealth and Ayusin Domingo, that it's part of the inpatient, no? Pero yung panghalimbawa, aksidente, ganun. But when it comes to the overall, yung pagpalinis, kasama, pero yung pong inpatient, hindi yung in-study pa natin. But the other packages are still under study, Your Honor. So hindi pa lahat, no? So it's being studied right now.
Ilang taon na ang PhilHealth, Mr. President? As an institution? Ilang taon na kayo, PhilHealth?
It was established in 1996, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, alos malapit na 30 years old.
Yes.
Niisip nyo pa ang dental package, Mr. President? Hanggang ngayon? Okay, alam ba ng doctors natin sa PhilHealth or the policymakers in PhilHealth that the overall oral or dental health of a person also determines his overall health situation?
That's correct, Your Honor. Mr. President, according to PhilHealth, that they will commit to already include as part of primary care, Your Honor. They're studying already, but they would commit to include it as part of primary care.
Lagyan natin ng ngipin yung commitment, Mr. President. Any time frame. Yung mga commit kasi, every budget cycle na-encounter namin yan, we commit. Pero can we have an idea, more or less, ilang months from now?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, they commit within the year, 6 months to 1 year, they will include. They just include the decapitation recently, so it can be part of it, Your Honor.
Is there a dentist member of the PhilHealth Board? Wala.
None, Your Honor.
Is there a dentist member in HTAC? Wala.
None, Your
So
Honor.
I think we foresee a problem there. So I hope you do proper consultations with our dentists organizations, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So with that, Mr. President, if I could just suspend my interpellation because we have a question hanging, and then siguro we have a few more questions when we resume, Mr. President. Konti na lang, Mr. President.
Yes,
And then-
Your Honor, Mr. President, hopefully we can get back to you, no, regarding the actuarial projections, no, regarding your query, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, gentlemen. Session suspended for a minute.
Thank you.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2620. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2528 under Committee Report number 189. This is the bill amending and adding new sections of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill. And with that, I open the period of interpellations and recognize the distinguished sponsor, the dashing debonair from the city of Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
He's not only dashing and debonair, he's also the most eligible bachelor of the Senate.
Dashing
Boneless.
debonair din daw.
The Gorang Bachelor, Mr. President.
And of course, is recognized Senator Gatchalian, my compadre, and to interpolate our distinct, my compadre as well, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Thank you, Mr. President. So with the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President, if we can commence with our interpellation.
Yes, Mr. President.
The subject matter of our bill is also hidden from the title, Mr. President, because the title says it's an act amending sections of the NIRC of 1997. So may we get from the sponsor what is the subject matter of our of the measure under consideration?
Yes, Mr. President. The basic objective of this measure, Mr. President, is to impose value-added tax to non-resident digital service providers, Mr. President. And the goal is to even the playing field because currently the resident or the local digital service providers are being imposed with value-added tax. However, the non-resident, these are the foreign digital service providers, are not being imposed with value-added tax, Mr. President. So that's the objective of the bill, Mr. President.
So is a law needed, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, to clarify certain concepts in our NIRC, in our current Internal Revenue Code, Mr. President.
So are we admitting that without this bill, if this does not become law, there is no legal basis to impose tax on the non-resident digital service provider?
Correct, Mr. President.
And what differentiates a resident from a non-resident when it comes to digital service providing, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, is the concept of where the service is rendered, or in this particular case, the digital service is rendered. So, for example, for a resident digital service provider, it's clear, no, because they're here in the Philippines, their equipment is here in the Philippines, and when you subscribe or you consume or you buy their digital service, it's rendered here in the Philippines because of their physical presence. However, for non-resident digital service providers, they're not here in the Philippines. On top of that, their equipment is not here in the Philippines, and it can be argued that the services also happen in their servers outside of the jurisdiction in the Philippines. So because it's not rendered in the Philippines, it's beyond the ambit of our tax authorities, Mr. President.
Why do we say that the resident is here, in quotation marks here? What are the hallmarks or indications that that person, or even juridical person, is here in the Philippines?
The basic principle, Mr. President, is they are VAT registered, and they are incorporated here in the Philippines as well. They have physical offices here in the Philippines, and they offer their services here in the Philippines, Mr. President.
So I think our most well-known or familiar trade name, which we use as the example of the non-resident digital service provider is Netflix.
Netflix,
Yan po
Mr.
ating
President.
ginagamit na example.
Correct, Mr.
Okay.
President.
If such a provider has a sales office in the Philippines, does that convert it into a resident?
Yes, Mr. President. As long as they also get as long as they register as a VAT entity, they also have physical offices. They also probably put up a branch office here, and they also engage in business here in the Philippines by soliciting sales. Then they can be imposed with VAT.
So we will be requiring them actually to register kasi, di ba? This is the purpose of the bill to
Yes,
to
Mr.
impose the
President.
VAT. So how will that work with a non-resident digital service provider?
Well, Mr. President, 100 countries, specifically the OECD countries, came up with what they call the digital VAT on digital service toolkit, in which they documented a lot of the best practices from different jurisdictions imposing VAT on digital services. And one of the recommendations there is to register digitally. So meaning BIR will now have a formal registration method to require all of these digital service providers to register digitally. And they will be given a TIN number, Mr. President. Anong provision? Section?
So there is an office or a unit in the BIR ready to receive these digital applications, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. Currently, the BIR is already digitalized in a lot of their processes. For example, in our latest EOPT, we mandated them to receive filing, receive payments, even transfers of different tax offices digitally, Mr. President. So, digital activities is not new to the BIR, but admittedly, they have to extend their capability to accept digital service providers, Mr. President.
Ito po sa ating, I think sa page 5, line 16, is this the definition for the non-resident digital service provider as follows? The term non-resident digital service provider means a digital service provider that has no physical presence in the Philippines. Yan po bang ating definition? Page 5, line 16.
Yes, Mr. President.
So, does Netflix clearly fall under that definition, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. And
So-
we also consulted with them, Mr. President, both on how they implement VAT in other jurisdictions, Mr. President. And their headquarters in Asia Pacific is in Singapore, Mr. President. And I personally talked to them through a video call, Mr. President, through a video conference.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. So, they are ready to comply, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. All of these major digital service providers such as YouTube, Netflix, Facebook, they're ready to comply, Mr. President, because according to them, this is not nothing new for them because, like I said, 100 plus countries. We'll show in the slide the number of countries that are implemented this both legislatively and administratively, Mr. President. And a lot of jurisdictions are already implementing this, and they're used to it. No? And all they are requiring is a legal basis for them to comply, Mr. President. I'll show the page 32, slide 32. And they also recommended some mechanisms and processes to make it efficient for both the taxing authorities and also the digital service providers. So in this slide, it's 101 countries, Mr. President, who have enacted their own VAT on digital service providers or digital services. And more countries are already enacting the same law, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 4, line 30, we also define the term digital service as any service that is supplied over the internet. Yan, familiar po tayo ron. Yan yung Netflix eh. Or other electronic network with the use of information technology and where the supply of the service is essentially automated. Can we get illustrations, Mr. President, of
Actually, we had a very long discussion on this, Mr. President. We spent a lot of time analyzing the definition and also studying what will be the best definition. And anong page yung definition?
Kasi Mr. President, ginamit na natin yung word na internet sa law, internet. So parang meron na tayong fixed meaning ng internet. The internet is a network, as I understand it. So tapos sabi natin dito, or other electronic network. So what is that other networks covered, Mr. President?
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, we'll break down the technical terminologies that led us to adopt this definition. Electronic network can also mean local area networks. It can mean intranet. It can mean this type of delivery technologies, Mr. President. And the word information technology here is basically the hardware, Mr. President. And and then we also added essentially automated, Mr. President, because a lot of this, for example, when you subscribe to Netflix, a lot of these are automated already. You don't have to talk to anyone. You don't have to talk to an individual. All of these are run through algorithms and also through software, Mr. President. And on top of that, we also looked at other definition in other countries. We'll flash that. For example, in Singapore, Mr. President, their definition is digital services are defined as services which are supplied over the internet or an electronic network, and the nature which renders their supply essentially automated with minimal or no human intervention, and possible without the use of information technology. So we just picked up some of the best practices definition, Mr. President, and then abbreviated it, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, but can we ask for, ang examples natin is yung intranet. But meron bang ganun? Meron bang, is there a commercial activity of digital service supply using intranet?
Well, Mr. President, when
what was the early example?
Yeah, when we were talking internally and we also consulted some tech experts, for example, SAP, Mr. President. SAP, the accounting and back office software, Mr. President. And you're a multinational company, but you're linked to, let's say, your third-party accounting. No? So this is a closed network, but it's also connected to third-party service providers, Mr. President.
But you are outside of the country, Bale. So
it can be outside of the country.
Yeah, are you not connected to the Philippines through the internet?
It can be, Mr. President, because internet, as I understand it, Mr. President, there's also such a thing as the internet that we know it, but there's also internet that is limited to certain entities, Mr. President.
Is the word internet used in the NIRC? Is our amendment the first time that the word internet will be introduced into the NIRC?
Yeah, this is going to be the first time, Mr. President.
Don't we feel the need to define what is the meaning of the internet?
We can do that, Mr. President, if that will clarify and improve the proposal, Mr. President. We can do that, Mr. President.
Kasi ano to, this will be part of the code eh.
Yeah.
Di
Yeah,
ba?
correct,
This will
Mr.
be part of the
President.
code, Mr. President.
Yeah, I consulted with our friends from the DOF. It's not used at all in the NIRC. This will be the first time, Mr. President. So that's also another aim of the bill, is to modernize our revenue code, Mr. President, by adapting to the changing time, particularly to digital services, Mr. President.
Just a clarification, Mr. President. On page 5, we are introducing section 108-B, the first paragraph. Can we get the difference if the consumer is a non-VAT registered and if the consumer is a VAT registered? How will the conduct of the non-resident digital service provider be affected or be different, Mr. President?
Well,
On the,
Mr.
on the nature of the consumer.
Yes.
The consumer, yeah.
But Mr. President, also patterning this bill to the OECD VAT on digital service toolkit. Their recommendation is to differentiate a business to consumer collection process and a business to business collection process. So in this particular case, consumers are typically not VAT registered. We're consumers. So meaning the non-resident digital service provider will impose VAT to consumers who are not VAT registered, because we're typical consumers. But if you are already VAT registered, for example, you are a company and you will be subscribing to, let's say, to Netflix or to YouTube, for seminars. You will now be mandated to withhold the 12% that you are supposed to pay to the non-resident digital providers, Mr. President. So
When you are a business.
if you are a business, because you're already VAT registered,
Okay.
and you are already paying to the BIR. So instead of remitting to the non-resident DSP,
Yes.
you will just withhold it and pay it directly to the BIR. As opposed to a consumer who is non-VAT registered, that consumer will still have to pay the non-resident DSP, and the non-resident DSP will remit to the BIR, Mr. President. So in that way, it's efficient, Mr. President. And in our country, the withholding agent concept is being practiced for efficiency, Mr. President.
You think the non-resident digital service provider will continue to provide the service if the payment is not in full, Mr. President? Because a VAT-registered consumer withheld the VAT due?
Yes, Mr. President. There will be, of course, there will be documentation, Mr. President, between the two, because they're both VAT registered, Mr. President.
So
And-
can we go to an example? Can Netflix have a consumer who is non-VAT registered? Yes, karamihan.
Yeah.
Karamihan. So, obligasyon ni Netflix to remit let's fix the subscription at 500 siguro para mandali. So 12% of 500, obligation ni Netflix ibayad sa BIR. Tama po ba yan?
Yes.
What if the subscriber of can Netflix have a subscriber who is a business?
Yes, Mr. President.
So,
They can-
what is
for example, hotel,
Okay.
Mr. President.
So, will that hotel pay Netflix 500 less 12%?
Yes, Mr. President, because the hotel is a VAT registered entity. They're already charging VAT and they're already paying VAT to the BIR. So he becomes the withholding agent.
Kaya, I know. So the hotel rooms will have access to Netflix or wala ring Netflix? Always,
As long as they,
there is problem with the with the internet connection, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there will be a
Are we-
documentary process, Mr. President, that will show evidence to Netflix that you have withheld the 12% and remitted to the BIR, Mr. President. It's the same, Mr. President, in other transactions.
So when His Honor talked to Netflix, did they understand it to be that the VAT registered Filipino consumer will withhold 12%, or they are expecting that the Filipino consumers will add 12% to the
Mr.
subscription fee?
In typically, Mr. President, when we were looking at the different local DSPs, it depends on how they market it, Mr. President. Some of them will say their prices are VAT inclusive. Some of them will say their prices are VAT exclusive. So it really depends. But definitely, the VAT will be paid by the consumers, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, ganito ba mangyayari? Kunyari, 500 yung subscription. The Filipino consumer who is non-VAT registered will pay 500 plus 12%, 560. Ganon din si business, 560. Ganon
Yes,
ba?
Mr. President. But the consumer will pay the 60 to the DSP, to the digital service provider, and the digital service provider will now remit that to the BIR. As opposed to the VAT registered, because I'm already VAT registered, I have to pay my VAT anyways. And typically, VAT registered entities will need input VAT, Mr. President, because that's part of their business process. So ibabangga nila yung input and output, Mr. President.
But the non-resident digital service provider, meron din ba siyang input and output system doon?
The non-resident, typically no, Mr. President, because it's they're ordinary consumers like us. Mr.
So,
President.
the non-resident digital service provider. It's
The non-resident,
business.
yeah, it's a business, Mr. President.
Although it's a multinational, or it may be it has another tax jurisdiction as its home base. So, what if that also has a value-added tax system? Can it claim input-output also?
No, Mr. President, we specified in the law that they cannot claim input taxes, Mr. President.
So, kunyari sa Netflix, bibilangin mo lang ng lahat ng Filipino non-VAT registered sa subscribers niya, kunin mo yung amount of the subscription, and then expectation natin 12% nun i-remit ni Netflix.
Yes, Mr. President. That is the concept. And that's being practiced internationally, Mr. President.
Straight, straight computation, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President.
Now, let's go to page 6, Mr. President, which is actually the second paragraph of section 108-B. Sabi natin dito, if the non-resident digital service provider is an online marketplace or e-marketplace, it shall be liable to remit the VAT on all the transactions of its sellers, Mr. President, that go through its platform. Can we implement this? Ano to? Lazada, Shopee ito, Mr. President? Ito ba yung mga online marketplace or e-marketplace? Example, those are examples, right? The Lazada and the Shopee are the examples of online marketplace and e-marketplace? Or Facebook?
It shall also be liable to remit
Ano ba example mo?
non-resident.
Ano nga to? Paano to? Paano nyo gagawin?
Yes, Mr. President. May mga example ito, mga non-resident Shopee, Amazon. Yeah. Apple. And then, Shein. Ano itong non-resident sellers niya?
Outside yung sellers.
Oo.
Pero yung platform owners yun, Amazon outside. So, dalawa sila outside.
Oo. So, siya magre-remit, siya mag-withhold. Yung platform na
That's not
withhold.
the new concept kasi yung Shopee, ganun po yung ginagawa. So, parang pinareho lang po natin sa loob.
non-resident seller to be liable to remit the value-added tax on the transaction of the non-resident seller. Oo nga. Liable to remit. Transaction.
Can we ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, yes, Mr. President.
Are you ready or 1 minute suspension?
Yeah, 1 minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President.
suspended.
Mr. President, I misheard the good minority leader. I thought I was waiting for his question. Mr. President, the example of a VAT-registered non-resident will be Amazon, Apple App Store, Android Marketplace. So those are the examples, Mr. President.
Okay, so have we gotten their consent, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. It's an international best practice, Mr. President, and in fact, we took this again from the handbook, Mr. President. As long as there's a legal framework for them to implement it, Mr. President.
Mr. President, ang naumpisahan natin yung discussion, ang ginamit natin kasing example na digital service na tatamaan nitong VAT is streaming video yung ginamit
Yes, that's the
natin.
most popular,
Yes,
Mr.
okay.
President.
But can we mention some of the digital service which will now be subject to VAT?
Yes, Mr. President. We have a table of popular brands, Mr. President. Can we show that on the screen? Slide 6, Mr. President. So, for example, Mr. President, I'll flash it on the screen, Mr. President. For online search engine, for example, you put advertising on those online search engine. You have Google, Bing, Amazon, Yahoo.
Advertising?
And then, for example, for cloud services, you have Google Cloud, you have iCloud, you have Dropbox. And then for online, let's go to slide 7, online advertising, you have Carousel. These are platforms that you can advertise, Mr. President. Of course, Carousel also does e-commerce, but you can also advertise with them. And then you have digital goods such as PlayStation Store, Xbox Game Store, Apple App Stores, Google Play. So these are the bigger brands, Mr. President, that are categorized in the different digital services, Mr. President. And we also have the equivalent local service providers, but they're not as many as the foreign, Mr. President.
So, in our table, Mr. President, that under the type of digital service, there's an online platform. So, we are going to impose a VAT on the online platform because it is providing digital services as an online platform.
The
Ano ba?
service they provide, Mr. President, it's only the service that they provide for Angkas and Joyride because they provide a service. For example, they put together the rider and also the
Paano ba
commuter, Mr. President, and they charge a service. So we're only imposing on the service.
So, di ba Angkas is a resident?
Yes, Mr. President.
So, nagbabayad siya ng VAT?
Nagbabayad na siya, Mr.
Okay,
President.
so si Grab hindi?
This is Grab International, Mr. President. The Grab local, they're paying already, Mr. President. But Grab is a Southeast Asian or a pan-Southeast Asian company, Mr. President.
No, but when we right now, when we avail of the Grab online platform, are we dealing with a resident or a non-resident DSP, Mr. President?
Grab has a local office here,
So
Mr. President.
So resident.
Resident rin
May
siya.
VAT na- may VAT na po
May
yun.
VAT na siya on the local service.
Okay.
But Mr. President, there's a good example that I want to show the good minority leader, the case of Shopee, Mr. President, which is a resident digital service provider. We'll slide 26. Shopee charges what they call transaction fees. No? They're present here in the Philippines. They have an operation here in the Philippines. They put together buyers and sellers. This one. So they charge, this is an example no, on a typical transaction. So they charge 2% as transaction fees, Mr. President. And the 2% transaction fee is the service that they provide. Currently in the Philippines, we are already imposing 12% on that 2%, Mr. President. So there's two types of VAT that is being imposed in that third transaction. One is on the good, yung binibili natin, and one is on the service. And Shopee is already imposing 12% VAT on the service alone, Mr. President, on the service in this particular example.
Anong siya sabihin? Ba't ito yung example?
TikTok meron din, di ba? TikTok. They have an office here. TikTok. I guess. No?
Mr. President, so let's stick with this slide, Mr. President. Ito, ano to? As of...
Actual to, Mr. President.
Actual, as of today.
Yeah.
Yung item na binili mo sa Shopee na i-deliver sa'yo, may VAT po yun?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yung item.
Yung item may VAT siya.
Tapos si Shopee, because it is an online platform you are using, in away from the transaction, meron siyang charges doon, ibabat din yun.
The transaction fee, Mr.
Yes,
President.
the transaction fee.
Yes. But right now, it's being imposed already. It's currently being done. But in the same argument, for example, Amazon, we're not doing the same, Mr. President, because Amazon is a non-resident digital service provider. So that's why the playing field is not even. But if they can supply the same product, they actually supply the same service. But in this case, Shopee is paying 12% on the transaction fee, while Amazon is not, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So ito po yung mga examples of digital services which will be subjected to VAT. Yan po yung last question ko. Pero meron din po mga exempted naman, Mr. President. Di ba po? Tama po, Mr. President. If we can mention some of those digital services which will continue to be not subject to
Yeah.
VAT.
Yeah.
Meron po.
Yes, Mr. President. Those that are educational or education related, for example, in Section 5, amending Section 109 of the NIRC, letter H, educational services, including online courses, online seminars, and online trainings rendered by private education institution duly accredited by the Department of Education, the Commission on Higher Education, the Education and Skills Development Authority, and those that are rendered by government education institutions, sale of online subscription-based services to DepEd, CHED, TESDA, and educational institutions recognized by the said government agency. So we're just maintaining the goal of promoting education and supporting education. So we're exempting online courses and online trainings for education. We're also exempting, well, it's already exempted, no? Banks and non-banks financial intermediaries, Mr. President. So we just expanded it to include digital platforms, Mr. President.
What would be the significance of the words added, Mr. President, including those rendered through the different digital platforms? Sa ngayon, exempted na, right?
Yeah, exempted sila. They're exempted, Mr. President.
Even the local banks, tama?
Even the local banks, Mr. President. The local banks are exempted, Mr. President.
So, and yet we're still adding the phrase, including those rendered through the different digital platforms. Why, Mr. President? Maybe you know why. Has there been a misinterpretation here or an issue here, Mr. President?
Like for example, yung mga CIMB, ano pa? Gcash. Mr. President, we are seeing a lot of the fintech financial technology companies coming in, and there are a lot of purely digital banks, meaning they don't have brick and mortar presence anymore, Mr. President. For example, the SimBank, GoTime, CBank is one by, I think that's by Shopee. Then there's GoTime. There's also Gcash, the most popular. Paymaya is also another one. So there's a slew of digital banks, Mr.
Kung wala
President.
po itong phrase na i-insert natin, what? They will be subject to VAT?
Actually, hindi. Actually, Mr. President, we're just clarifying that they are exempted, Mr. President. So we're just...
Is there a debate, an ongoing debate, an issue, Mr. President?
Wala. Yeah. Actually, Mr. President, there's no debate on this, but this is one of the recommendations of the BSP, Mr. President, to clarify and codify that exemption, Mr. President.
So tama po ba itong ating exempt transaction, Section 109, Paragraph V, yung services of bank and then etc., whether digital or non-digital, tama po ba? Are exempted from VAT.
Yes, Mr. President.
Tapos
They're under
klinaro-
the gross receipt tax regime, Mr. President.
Klinaro lang po natin na including those rendered through the different digital platforms.
Yes, Mr. President, correct. That's a recommendation from the Bangko Sentral, Mr. President, BSP.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Mabuti na yung siguro ang tawag na natin dyan ay crystal clear.
Mr. President.
Tama, Mr. President.
That's true,
Ganun na
Mr.
lang
President.
gawin natin, Mr. President.
I think they saw the opportunity to make it crystal clear, Mr. President, since we are already talking about digital services. So that's their intervention, Mr. President.
What is this power of the Commissioner to suspend, Mr. President? Meron tayong dinagdag on page 12, line 11. Itanong natin magkano ba ma-register.
Yes, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, The commissioner has the power to close brick and mortar stores, Mr. President. So, but of course, we're talking about digital services. So we added a power here for the commissioner to suspend and block digital services if they violate this law, Mr. President. Of course, through the DICT and through the NTC, who has technical capabilities in doing so, Mr. President.
So since NIRC po ito, this is not only limited to the VAT payments, no? Kahit anong any grave or serious violation of
It's only VAT lang.
any of the tax and other reportorial requirements under the NIRC will give ground.
No, Miss. Yeah.
Is this only for VAT?
Mr. President, this is only for VAT, Mr. President, because it's under Section 115, Mr. President.
So
So it's limited to VAT,
at
Mr.
least
President.
we are clear, no? It's the records will bear that in just in case mayroong future ang tawag dito,
Usurpation.
dispute.
Yeah.
So, Mr. President, so how much do we think we can raise by taxing this, imposing VAT on non-resident digital service providers?
Mr. President, in slide 2, we'll just show to the body. We're projected to earn 83.8 billion pesos, Mr. President, in the next 5 years, Mr. President. So that's the target, an average about 16 billion a year.
16 billion.
Yeah, so but 83 billion in the next 5 years. We'll show slide 2.
So, 840. So we estimate the online the online transactions with non-resident DSPs to be around 120 billion pesos from Philippine-based consumers, Mr. President? Tama po ba yan? I mean, ano pang assumption natin? What did we assume to be the total transactions of Philippine-based consumers with non-resident DSPs?
Yeah, Mr. President, there are third-party surveys on the consumption of Filipinos insofar as digital services, for example, subscription to Netflix, subscription to Amazon Prime and HBO. So there's a survey, the third-party survey that was conducted, and that was used as a basis to compute the revenue that can be derived from this law, Mr. President.
And what was the figure
Oh.
reached, Mr. President?
Nandito yun eh. Nasaan yung survey, Martin, yung ginawa mo?
Siguro mga 120 siguro billion. Bakit tinatagkilik pa lang natin ang
Yung
tinatagkilik pa lang
basis
natin.
ng revenue?
Basis. 20 comes from consumers, Philippine-based.
Meron ba tayong, is this in the,
Tataas nga.
ito yan? This one is this, no?
Hindi nga sila tignan. Pero
Ito,
sabi
ito
nito,
lahat.
level the playing field.
It's it here? Ang iba yata. Okay.
Slides 21 and 23. Ay, wait. 20 po.
Sedge 20, no? This one?
20 and 23.
Yeah, but this one is this.
Same component.
Yeah, but lahat nandito siya. Diba? Sige.
Bagong submission lang po.
Yeah, Mr. President, we'll flash. Sorry for the delay. I was just making sure that I have the right slide. Mr. President, on slide 20. So this is just one of the components, Mr. President. And this is a survey by Statista that was used to derive the revenue, Mr. President. So this is the breakdown of digital advertising expenditure in the Philippines. Different types of advertising, for example, video advertising, search advertising, influencer advertising, and so on, Mr. President. So if you can see, there's also a significant growth in terms of advertising. And we just projected, Mr. President, the years. But we'll also...
It's only one type of a digital good, Mr. President. Di ba digital good is the digital space?
Yes, oo. Projection in year 20.
Digital space. Pagkuha ko sa'yo. Tapos ikaw yung
2004 to
patungan mo na ng 12% yung bayad ko sa'yo. I-remit mo na kaya na yun. I-remit mo. Hindi nga, non-resident ka. Non-resident
Mr. President, for the record, I have the most latest breakdown here of... hindi. This is the revenue. At anong basis?
ano, wala nang quorum.
Okay.
Ito yung total niya revenue but we have in compliance assumption.
But this is not the consumption, this is the revenue.
So if you divide this by 0.12, it's around 240 billion.
Oo, yeah.
Massive.
But where is the basis ng increase? Ng consumption mismo, yung consumption. Sorry, Mr. President, I just want to make sure that I'm spreading into the records the correct numbers. But going back, Mr. President, slide 20, this is a historic consumption on the historic value of the consumption of advertising in the Philippines, digital advertising in the Philippines. And if we can see, the average growth for the last 5 years is 22%, Mr. President. So we use the 22% to project the growth of consumption for digital advertising. And from there, we multiplied the factor of 12%, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, but the advertising is only one, di ba?
Yes, Mr. President, correct.
One digital service or good, which will now be subject to 12%.
Correct, Mr.
But at
President.
any rate, Mr. President, anyway, the sponsor has given us the calculation, projection that this measure will earn for the state 83.8 billion pesos in the next 5 years.
5 years, Mr. President. That is the projection, Mr. President.
Sige po. So, and then we are doing this kasi nakita naman natin, ipapasa ito actually sa Filipino or Philippine-based consumer. Ginamit na natin example kanina yung Netflix. And we are doing this because what is the main purpose of doing this, Mr. President?
Well, number one, Mr. President, to even the playing field, because we demonstrated earlier that the resident digital service provider are already paying 12%. So we want to even the playing field. And number two, Mr. President, the non-resident digital service providers cannot be imposed 12% because of the absence of a legal basis. So even though they want to comply, and because they're complying in 100 different jurisdictions, they cannot. They are hesitant to comply because of that legal basis. So we're now providing them with the legal basis by modernizing our internal revenue code, Mr. President.
Kasi the resident digital service provider is most likely to be Filipino-owned and most likely providing jobs here in the Philippines.
Correct.
So we do not want them to be put at a disadvantage.
Yes, Mr. President.
So yes, Mr. President.
And also the pricing, Mr. President, because obviously they're
Yes.
a little bit, they're 12% higher compared
That is the
to the other.
disadvantage, Mr. President.
Yes, that's
may built-in ano ka
disadvantage na sila
Yes,
kaagad, Mr. President.
So we are supportive of this measure, Mr. President.
Thank you.
To
Good
level
minority
the playing
leader.
field, and then in the process, may earn some additional income for the
Government.
But let us be honest here, Mr. President. we use Netflix as our favorite examples, non-resident digital service provider. May we know for the record what was our favorite example of a resident digital service provider?
Mr.
The
President.
counterpart of Netflix, Mr.
Mr.
President?
President, I think that question should be directed to the Senate President, Mr. President. Being a,
I want the, because we have spent hours discussing this, Mr. President, countless hours, I want the sponsor to put into the record the counterpart of Netflix as our favorite example of the resident digital service provider of video streaming.
Yes.
May we know what is the sponsor's favorite?
Mr. President,
Ang Viva meron.
yeah. I'm not sure
Ang
if that,
Viva meron. Hindi ko naman ano kung anong klaseng Viva.
I'm not very sure if you are pertaining to Viva Max, Mr. President, but
Hindi ko alam yun, ha? Senator Gatchalian.
I have to ask the good Senate President.
That's with VAT, right?
And I will show you, Mr. President. I
Yes,
actually
yes,
went to their website on slide 30
Meron
that they
VAT,
are
meron VAT sila?
they're
May VAT
imposing VAT, Mr. President.
Ayun pala
In
eh.
fairness to them, they are imposing 12%
So our
VAT.
sponsor research on their website, he did not look at
No, Mr.
an
President.
invoice, Mr. President.
This is purely scientific. Purely scientific.
This is purely research and purely in the name of public service, Mr. President.
So with that, Mr. President, we express our full support to this measure. So ano lang to sa implementation, Mr. President, baka yung mga loopholes, etc. And of course, the cooperation of the non-resident digital service providers. So siguro through diplomatic dealings with them, diplomatic in the sense not foreign relations, but explaining to them that we value their cooperation and need their cooperation in this system, Mr. President.
Actually, just to add quickly, I believe in certain countries, they already impose VAT. Yeah, they already impose taxes.
100 plus countries.
Yes,
Senate
Europe, I
President.
know in Europe, when you subscribe to Netflix or to Prime Video,
Yeah.
Disney Plus, may taxes na siya.
Correct, Mr. President.
Tayo lang pala hindi, ano?
Yes,
Tayo
Mr.
lang
President.
pala.
We're actually in the minority now on that aspect, Mr. President.
And we are probably one of the highest streaming. I think the Filipinos like to go online,
Yes.
whether it's Facebook or whatever. No?
And because of that, Mr. President, advertisers like to advertise with the digital platforms. But because we don't have this law, we cannot impose VAT on that advertising activity, Mr. President.
So I think it's about time.
Yes, we interpose no objection, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
At least naklaro natin because makikita talaga nila sa invoices nila or sa billing statements nila ito, but that is really for the purpose of yung sinabi ng ating sponsor to level the playing field. We should not discriminate against Philippine-based corporations or companies providing jobs, paying income, paying taxes here in the Philippines. Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
very much,
good
Mr.
minority
President.
leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Session suspended for a minute.
President, at this juncture, no member wishes to interpolate, and so I move to close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2528. So move, Mr. President.
There be an objection, motion is approved. Then maybe we can ask the sponsor to ready the amendments so that when we come back on Monday, we can do the amendments.
Saan the amendments na?
Oh, yeah, let's open the period of amendment. Yes, why not? Because
Mr. Pres-
then we will comply with the minority floor leader's requirement that it has a 3-day rule instead of seeking for a certification.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President?
suspended.
with the consent of the body, especially with our colleagues from the minority, I move to open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no committee amendments, I now move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to propose his amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
If there are no committee amendments, that means magaling ang committee. Hindi nagkakamali. So yes, our distinguished colleague, the hardworking, and maybe the reason why he's still a bachelor, Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. On page 5, line 22,
Yung liability of a non-resident digital service provider to withhold and remit.
yun nga, line 22 nga.
So dito natin sa dulo, withhold and remit.
Dito sa dulo. Sorry, Mr. President. On page 5, line 23, after the word provider, insert the words to withhold and remit. Period. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, the amendment's approved.
So okay na daw po.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendments, I am now moved to close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2528 subject to style. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, Senate Bill number 2528 is approved on second reading, subject to style. Congratulations to the sponsor and to the authors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations to the hardworking sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian. I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2528. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill numbers 2252, 2614, 2615, 1691, 1726, 2616, 355, 2617, 2618, 2619, and 1536. These are all bills on protected areas. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measures is that we have sponsored all these bills, and with the consent of the body, I move to have an omnibus interpellation on all the measures, considering that the interpellations of the minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, are applicable to all the aforementioned bills. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
As mentioned a while ago, Mr. President, I move to recognize, to interpolate the measure, no other than our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, and to answer his queries, the distinguished lady from the great city of Las Piñas, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, and Agriculture, Mr. President, no other than Senator Cynthia Villar. So
And
move, Mr.
Environment, also chairperson of the Committee on Environment.
President. And Environment, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished colleague, Senator Villar, kasi hindi po ito agriculture, environment ito.
Environment.
Environment. So,
Protected areas, Mr.
protected
President.
areas. Our distinguished colleague, Senator Villar, is recognized and to interpolate the
Tao lang
distinguished
ba?
minority floor leader.
8:30 na, 8:30.
Thank you,
Okay
Mr.
lang.
President. We are conducting this interpellation in the name of our children, Mr. President, because we are going to miss them tonight, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, how many measures are we talking about, Madam Sponsor?
We are talking of 11.
11,
11
okay.
protected areas.
Yes, these are areas to be included in our e-NIPAS system.
Yes.
Tama po.
We have 114 as
Already,
of today,
yes.
measuring 4.5 million hectares.
We have 11 measures. 10 are, I think, are new areas, and 1 is an expansion of an already existing protected area.
Yes.
And that one, just to be very clear about it, that one is... Ano yun?
De Las Piñas, Parañaque Wetland Park.
The Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park. Okay. Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. Section 6 of RA 11038 is about additional areas to be included into the system. So I believe that this should govern
Yes.
basically siguro the 10 or even the 11th measure. And it reads as follows. Upon the recommendation of the DNR, additional areas with unique physical features, anthropological significance, and high biological diversity may be proposed for inclusion as part of the system. Such areas shall undergo the same procedure as the remaining initial components for legislative enactment. May we know how the sponsor interprets Section 6 of the said law?
We have the sustainability assessment, and they all passed that. And then we have studied the implications of this declared protected area. And whenever you declare a protected area, you create a protected area management board composed of the national government in that officials in that area, the local government, the DNR in that area, and the NGOs taking care, who are taking care, helping us taking care of the environment. So those are the things that we will do when we declare a protected area. Of course, we review their characteristics, and we always find something special in all of them. So marami lang sila. I can furnish you the study of each protected area in print so that you can look over them if you want to.
Mr. President, there are some, the law refers to remaining initial components. But the additional areas must also undergo the same procedure. And as I understand it, Mr. President, ito po yung mga so-called initial components that all areas in the ENIPAS system, including additional ones, must comply with. So, tignan po natin, and the sponsor can correct me if I am wrong in my interpretation. We have listed down five ano tawag mo dito? Components, 5 components. Number 1, or requirements. Number 1, provide maps and technical descriptions of the areas. Number 2, conduct a suitability assessment of the areas. And this is part of number 2, protected area occupant survey, ethnographic study, protected area resource profile, land and water use plans, other background studies. Number 3, conduct public consultations.
So,
Number 4, presidential proclamation until the time when Congress shall have enacted a law, finally declaring the recommended areas as part of the system.
no proclamation.
And number 5, upon completion of the appropriate review, the President shall recommend to the Senate and the House of Representatives the designations of protected areas or reclassification of each area. So, as far as the sponsor understands, which of the 5 components are mandatory for the establishment of a protected area?
The 5 which has a proclamation and may initial component are the Pawai Lake Protected Landscape, and then number 2 is the San Francisco Protected Landscape in Quezon Province, the Alibad Haban Protected Landscape in Quezon Province also, the Tacloban and Tandog Group of Islands in Guimaras, and the Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape in Aurora Province. The 5 which has no proclamation, but we have found, studied a suitable assessment for this, and the suitable arrangement for sawtooth is 98% rating, and the Mount Masaraga Protected Landscape in Region 5, 94% rating, and the Panawan Island Protected Seascape in southern Leyte has 96% rating. The Mount Gutom Protected Landscape in Zamboanga del Norte has 88% rating, and the Sultan Naga Dimaporo Protected Landscape and Seascape has 95% rating in terms of suitability and special characteristics. And the last one, the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, is already a legislated protected area. It is in the Ramsar list as one of the most important wetlands in the world by the Ramsar Treaty and UNESCO. And we are just expanding so that it will be protected. We are just, it's entitled to a 3-kilometer buffer zone from its boundary. We want it declared protected so no one will just build anything on it. It's very necessary because 4 of our rivers from Parañaque, Las Piñas, and Bacoor exit in that area. And if they cannot exit in that area, then we will have 6 to 8 meters flooding. So it's very important to us to help our cities not to flood. Okay.
So in the opinion of the sponsor, the components that this represent, the 5 components that this representation read earlier are not all mandatory. Some are replaceable or interchangeable, Mr. President.
No.
Kasi some have presidential proclamations, the others wala. So
yeah,
isn't-
but the suitable study is very high.
yes, so
It's from 88 to 98%.
can that
Oo.
take the place of the presidential
Yes,
proclamation?
yes, that's it.
Tapos those with no suitability assessment, yung
We don't
first
pass
5.
we don't pass anything. We don't sponsor anything that is not suitable.
Can
In
we
fact,
get-
these protected areas have been passed in the lower house.
Can we get the rating of Paway Lake?
Paway
The
Lake
sponsor did
has
not mention the rating of Paway Lake.
95%,
About San Francisco
82%,
for Alibihaban,
83%,
for Tacloban and Tandog,
98%.
and for the Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape.
98%.
Sino gumagawa ng rating?
These are the with proclamation. The
Yes,
first
yes,
5.
yes, I know
And
the
the
five.
next 5, ang suitable assessment, suitability assessment nila, ganun din katataas.
Opo.
And
So,
this has been passed in the lower house, this legislation.
so the presidential proclamation is not a requirement.
No.
Okay, thank you. Is the public consultation a requirement?
Yes. It's part of the suitability study. And besides, I don't think the congressman will pass this without that. They wouldn't pass anything that is against the will of the people.
Should a mandatory component be proven, Mr. President? Di ba? Rather than assumed?
No, but it has passed the suitability study. There has been a public hearing on this. But the mere fact that a congressman can pass it, I don't think he will pass something that is not acceptable to the people. It's part of...
Is it part of the committee's records that a public consultation was conducted
Yes,
per protected
Yes.
area?
Yes.
So may evidence po, may proof tayo.
stakeholders are present?
We had committee hearing and the stakeholders are present. And even in the House of Representatives, they have committee hearing and the stakeholders are present.
Yung in the expansion of the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, what would be the procedure? Should we also look at the 5 initial components in the expansion?
You don't have to because it has been passed as a legislated protected area. It was declared by a presidential proclamation in 2007 as a protected area by the president. Then in 2013, it became a wetland of international importance, included in the Ramsar list, which is an international it's an international treaty, and when you are listed there are only 8 in the Philippines. When you are listed there, your government is mandated to protect you because it's a treaty signed by 170 countries, and one of them is the Philippines in 1971.
The expansion of the Las Piñas Parañaque wetland would be how large? Anong area?
It's
Area?
1,000.
Yung expansion lang po, yung expanded part.
1,761 hectares, but it's all water.
Opo.
It's part
Kaya-
of Manila Bay. We will not do anything with it except that it will serve as a passageway of the water from our 4 rivers in Las Piñas, Parañaque, and Bacoor. So we would not touch it. It will remain as part of Manila Bay. It will just be an outlet of our water. Because if we don't have an outlet of our water, then our
MUP tayo.
there will be flooding in our city, and we are entitled to a 3-kilometer buffer zone as a legislated protected area, and it is necessary for the survival of the 35 hectares of mangrove
Yes,
in our legislated protected area, because mangroves can survive only on brackish water. And brackish water is a combination of fresh water from the river and the salty water from Manila Bay. Pag isa doon nawala, mamamatay lahat yung aming 36 hectares of mangrove. And I wish to say to you that our bay is the biggest producer of mussel or tahong in the whole Philippines. We produce the
So
most number of mussel
And
in
most
the whole
delicious,
Philippines.
siguro. Pero, Mr. President, isn't an expansion of an area like legislating a new protected
no,
area?
no.
So, which should, therefore,
I just
my point is, the expansion should also comply with requirements for establishing a protected area.
But it is very necessary. There has been a study that it is very necessary. And if we don't do it, we
Yes.
will have extreme flooding, and our 36 hectares of mangrove will die. And if they die, then we lose our protection from storm surges and disaster in Las Piñas and Parañaque and Bacoor.
Mr. President, is the noise reflective of the fact that we are all hungry, Mr. President? But we will finish this, Mr. President. But okay, in fact, did this bill on the expansion of the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park comply with did it in fact, although let's say the opinion of this sponsor is it's not necessary, but did it in fact comply with the requirements of the establishment of a new protected area? If not, what components were not complied with?
It is supported by study of the DNR, and when we requested for this protected area, 289, almost 300,000 residents of Las Piñas signed the petition. So it's the majority of Las Piñeros who signed the petition.
How many, ma'am?
More than 300,000, 319,000 signed the petition. We have only 600.
Sige po, natatanong ko lang po ito kasi kung baka yung requirements the same and then we did not follow, baka ma-question pa po in court po ito sa procedure. But let's just make sure that we follow all the requirements in the framework law, which is the E-NIPAS Act, RA 11038, Mr. President. Ano nga gusto mong mangyari?
Siya na lang, si ano na lang. Tatapusin ko lang si...
Okay, saan siya may penalty? Saan anong bill may penalty lahat?
For Monday na.
In the period of amendments, Mr. President, because we notice a penalty provision in the Senate Bill number 1536, which is not that clear because in the NIPAS law, acts have a clear penalty. So if the sponsor will entertain during the period of amendments, if we can help clarify the bill,
Yes,
Mr. President.
yes.
So I think with that, Mr. President,
Sino ba?
ano pa?
Yan na.
Hindi ba lulusot yan? Just to make it very clear, Mr. President, are there existing tenurial instruments in the areas covered in our bills, in our
No,
11
no.
bills?
They are all they are all government owned.
But also, the government land can have tenurial arrangements over them. But did we make sure na wala po rito?
Yeah. Yung others ba meron? Yung inyo mga Panaon,
May
the
house bill.
others, oo. The Las Piñas, Parañaque Wetland Park has none, but the others, wala rin. Wala. They have no tenurial instruments.
So, and then we have been assured by our sponsor that there are corresponding House bills po,
Yes.
in all the
Yeah.
11 measures we're talking about. So the representatives of the constituents of the areas have called for the establishment of these protected areas. Pero last question na lang po, bakit po ba meron tayong nakikita mga protected areas na hindi rin naman na-protect?
Kasi it is managed by the Protected Area Management Board, composed of local government, national government, DNR, and NGOs. Eh minsan kasi yung mga PAMBI, they don't take care of the protected area. They don't, that's not in their heart to really take care of the protected area. You must be very determined to be able to do it. Like our protected area, if I don't watch over it, the informal settlers will enter into our protected area, and they have entered, and I just facilitated their transfer to another area. So,
But we are retaining the general composition of the PAMBI in the 11 bills natin.
Yes,
Even when we
because-
have heard what happened to the other areas, wala tayong,
there
we
is
are
a
not proposing a new setup.
kasi iba yung mag-pass ka ng protected area kaysa i-repeal mo yung system of protection. That's another. This is very particular in these areas. But if there's a move to repeal the composition of PAMBI because in some areas, all barangay captains are included and they outnumbered all the others. So maybe we can do something. It's another bill to reorganize the composition of the Protected Area Management Board. It's not this. This is very particular about areas, the protected areas. Not maybe we should do a bill.
And that's we should look at the mother law
Yes.
Yung
yes.
E-NIPAS Act, doon natin, yun ang galawin natin.
I think it's the
What is-
NIPAS, the first one.
The first one.
Oo.
Okay.
Maybe
So the
we,
governing boards of the 11 or the 10 new protected areas would follow
the
the
existing.
composition as mandated in another law.
Yes, yes.
May we get the law, the mother law?
E-NIPAS law.
Oh, INAIPAS nga. INAIPAS would be RA 11038.
Yeah, that
possible.
one. So we have to
Okay po.
repeal that.
So if that is our concern, is about the governance, we go to that law.
Yes.
Sige
yes.
po. Sige po.
This is just a declaration of protected areas. This is not
Did-
about the composition of the Protected Area Management Board.
Did we touch the division of the proceeds and fees? Yung 75% PAMBI, 25% National Treasury. Is that the general rule?
That's the general rule.
Nothing changed in the 11 bills?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, Mr. President, wala bang sumulat sa atin sa wetlands? Wala. So, with that, Mr. President, the minority, yes, okay ka na? The minority has no more questions. I do not know the other members of the majority, Mr. President.
I think there will be questions, but if they're tired, then we can schedule it Monday.
Yes, okay. So with that, Mr. President, this representation can terminate.
I just want to make a manifestation. If there are no questions in the other protected area except the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, maybe we can finish the
Meron pa rin kayo.
interpellation of that.
There is, yeah.
I'm done with my interpellation. I thank the sponsor, the good sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. You're so very kind, the Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You want to say something? Senator Jingo Estrada is seeking the floor.
I think he's hungry. Senator
Mr.
Estrada.
President, I would like to reserve my right to interpolate Senator Cynthia the proper time, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, that he will not ask questions at this point in time, Mr. President. Senator Jingo,
Alright.
where are you going? Mr. President,
Okay,
to
shall
continue
we
to,
do some admin matters, suspend
may I
consideration?
move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number, what is the number? Dami. The aforementioned bills, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes, there being no objection, aforementioned bills are suspended till Monday.
I just want to make a manifestation that
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to make additional amendments to the Livestock, Poultry, and Dairy Industry Development and Competitiveness Act. The one
Yes, ma'am.
mentioned by Senator Lauren Legarda. This, I will make the manifestation so that it will be included in the
The clean copy.
When we
The
open,
clean
Mr.
copy.
President, when we open again the consideration
Yes.
of the said measures,
Yes,
Mr.
absolutely.
President.
No, I just want to manifest so he will
Just-
open again. It's very short.
Oh, you want to open the now?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can reopen the.
May I ask
period
for a
of
minute
amendment.
suspension, Mr. President?
Para lang masama kasi
Mr. President, I move that we resume again consideration of Senate Bill number 2558. This is the bill on the Livestock, Poultry, and Dairy Industry Development and Competitiveness Act. So move, Mr. President.
Together with pets. Pets,
Yes.
yes, there's no objection. Please proceed.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are still in the period of individual amendments, and with that and the appeal of the distinguished lady from Las Piñas, Senator
Ay,
Cynthia
lang
Villar,
para
I move
makasama.
that she be recognized to propose her individual amendments. So
Yes,
move, Mr.
our
President.
distinguished colleague, Senator Stygia Villar is recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Majority Floor Leader. On page 7, line 1, after the phrase environmental researches, insert I, energy efficiency and conservation, M, waste management, N, climate resilience and adaptation, and re-letter the succeeding enumeration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment's approved.
On page 9, line 2, delete the phrase "and dairy" and insert the phrase "dairy and other animals." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment's approved.
On the same page, line 4, after the comma, delete the phrase "and dairy" and insert the phrase "dairy and other animals," NLPDA, and omnibus amendment to the Undersecretary title. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection, amendment's approved.
On page 18, line 12, delete the phrase "such as the FDA." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
On the same page, line 13, after the word "act," insert the sentence, "provided that in accordance with Executive Order Number 51, S-period 1986, or the National Code of Marketing and Breast Milk Substitute, breast milk supplements, and other related products, the FDA shall have jurisdiction over the proper use of breast milk substitutes and supplements to protect the importance of breastfeeding in ensuring the adequate nutrition of infants." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
And on page 19, line 12, after the word "coordinate," insert the phrase "with concerned agency." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's
Thank you
all.
very much, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I suspend the consideration of the measure, may I again ask the Secretariat to prepare the clean copy, Mr. President, especially for the offices of Senators Padilla, Cayetano, and Poe, Mr. President.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
asked the Secretary to do the request.
Mr. President, I move that we
Majority
suspend
Leader.
consideration of Senate Bill number 2558. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, some admin matters, and with the consent of the body, I move to reconsider the ratification of the bicameral conference report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2492 and House Bill number 7819, both pertaining to the Philippine Maritime Zones Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the following members are hereby, yes, there being no objection to the motion,
Thank you very much. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's reconstitution of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2492 and House Bill number 7819. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion is approved, and the following members are hereby designated as conferees to disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2492 and House Bill number 7819. Senator Francis Tol Tolentino as the chairperson, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and for the minority, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. And also, additional information, the team of ES Bersamin will be coming at 1:30 here on Monday to discuss this particular issue on how we can move forward with the amendment that they're requesting. And so I asked for a meeting, 1:30 here in the Senator's Lounge, so that after which the BICAM can meet and discuss the proper amendments, correct? Acceptable to the DFA and other agencies. So therefore, that's it.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad that you brought it up because there are very important measures that we need to address at this point in time. With that, Mr. President, and with the consent of the body, I now move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, May 20, 2024. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you, and congratulations to the sponsors of the measures that we passed today. and including the livestock and poultry, piggery, and pets bill of Tita Cynthia. Session is therefore adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday, May 20, 2024. Have a safe weekend, everyone.